Good morning. Thank you everyone for joining us here today. Thank you to those of you who are here with us in person, as well as those who are tuning in online on our live stream. We are very much looking forward to this last day of CCG side events. Today our events are very collaborative. They have been co-organized by CCG and HBT, High Volume Transport, Some for All, the Asian Development Bank, and GIZ. To start off for the day, our first session is entitled Unlocking a Pathway to Low Carbon Transport in African Cities Without Compromising Economic Growth.
If you wish to ask a question at all throughout this event, please use Slido. The link is www.slido.com and the code is 2715656. There is a link in the YouTube caption and there's also posters around the room for those in person. I would now like to welcome you back to Henry Corrali for our chair today. Henry has formerly been a World Bank country director and a professor at the University of Birmingham, and he works for HVT. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you very much. Really looking forward to this session, and we do have a very rich panel this morning here. The title of this session, Unlocking Pathway to Low Carbon Transport in African Cities Without Compromising Economic Growth, really means trying to tackle the nearly 1/4 of CO2 emissions that are related to transport. Of course, making an inroad into this requires that we are more efficient in reducing carbon emissions from transport in general, which means that for African countries, although their current emission levels are relatively low, they still need to grow. So the issue is, can they grow by adopting a low carbon growth track for the future? This session is intended to explore all these options in the various parts of the transport sector. We'll be looking at urban transport in particular and how various modes of transport can adopt low carbon emissions. So without much further ado, let me turn to our speakers and presenters. We have 4 presentations. The first one will be by Bronwyn Thornton from COP27, who is online. Second presentation will be by Gary Herc, who is here, and Romana Sotieno Opio, who is online, I believe, from Nairobi. The third session will be by Clive Roberts, who is here in person. And then finally, we have a double act from Francis Mwangi and from Esther Gachanja. So I will introduce each one ahead of their presentations. So first, Bronwyn Thornton is CEO of COP27 Foundation. Walking, as we all know, is perhaps the mode of transport that is most used in African cities. And yet, it is overlooked when considering planning infrastructure in several cities. So without stealing your thunder, Bronwyn, over to you. We have 15 minutes for each presentation, if possible. And if there are any burning questions, we will then take those immediately. But otherwise, we'll have maybe 20 minutes at the end for an open discussion. Over to you, Bronwyn.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much to the HVT program for the invitation today. I'm really pleased to be joining a conversation about economic growth and bringing walking into that conversation. So I provocatively titled my presentation, Can People Walking Save the Planet? Or perhaps even save the economy? There we go. Let's keep the sound on. Let's start with why walking matters, and particularly why it matters for urban transport. And the great news is we don't have to decarbonize walking. We are already the carbon-free mode. And continents like Africa already have an advantage in that they haven't heavily invested in traditional carbon-heavy modes of transport. So you have this great opportunity with your high mode share of walking to bring in energy efficient public transport services, get your low carbon public transport services in. Walking underpins that. It gives you the fiscal viability for those services. It's energy efficient, it's low cost, so that's key to a just transition for everybody. And once you move outside all of the fantastic, valuable transport benefits of walking, we then move into public health, reduced congestion, safer streets, and more vitality in our cities. So let's not make those mistakes and heavily motorize and then have to undo that, like is happening in many parts of the world. And if you think walking doesn't have something to offer here, we have calculated that potentially 60% of trips worldwide could be met by walking. But how is walking valued in Africa? I've mentioned already that the ambition in northern countries is to increase walking, and the challenge in Africa is to retain this walking mode share. Now, I don't have any delusions that we're going to retain it at the percentage levels that currently exist, but we must put more value on walking and its contribution to our urban environments, our transport systems, and the climate agenda, to ensure we don't miss the benefits that we've talked about already. So we did a piece of research for the High Volume Transport Programme to find out what were the attitudes amongst government decision makers about walking. What did they think about walking? And had COVID had any impact on that as well? And sad to say, they didn't see it as particularly relevant to economic progress, which is the subject of this conversation. How does 3 meters of walking paths help me generate economic wealth? And even yesterday, in a conversation about funding active travel, I heard somebody actually say, we don't get a return on investment for walking. And it was a very disappointing, actually, to hear that said, because the return on investment for walking comes from a broader perspective. The risk is low, the return is high. If we measure the benefits across the full transport system, the social and economic systems, our local economies, and our public health systems. But we are caught in fitting traditional success criteria. So people don't see the value of walking because we've historically valued travel time and the need to reduce travel time in our journeys, as opposed to valuing the quality of that journey. Other key findings was that what we know and understand about walking is dominated by a vehicle-centric perspective, which suggests that putting in a pedestrian overpass like this one is a great solution for pedestrians, but it's actually just a vehicle solution to ensure the rapid movement of traffic through that space rather than the prioritized movement of people. And this is a great quote. I'll leave you to read the quote, but it's that difference between policy and what's implemented on the ground. Are we making those links, and are we getting that right yet? And I'll come back to this in a minute. And finally, is what we're doing responsive to the needs? Are people actually being involved in their decisions about how their environments are built, maintained, and delivered for urban mobility? This set of research, we came up with a set of recommendations, which I don't have time to share with you in full at the moment, but it was about capacity building, about building in the values of walking into our cost-benefit analysis systems. It's about growing the policy base and broader community engagement. And what I want to show with this presentation today is how that piece of research is translating across all of the work that we're doing at Walk 21 to build momentum for walking as a mode, as part of this pathway for economic growth and a sustainable mobility future. So with the support of the UN Habitat and UN Environment, we worked on this report, which is Walking and Cycling in Africa, Evidence and Good Practice to Inspire Action. It was in finding local actions and interventions to retain, protect, and enable people to walk and cycle, to inspire others to do the same thing. So we collected a range of case studies and did a lot of data analysis to inform this report. And I highly recommend you reading this if you want to think about walking and cycling in Africa. Because the reality is 78% of people walk for transport every day to reach essential services. Like I said at the beginning, this is a mode share that we don't have ambitions to retain forever, but we mustn't just squander it entirely with a misplaced focus on motorization, because with increasing motorization comes all sorts of other problems. They only have 3% of the world's registered vehicles, but 20% of global road traffic deaths. We see declining health as a result of poor air quality, and we see terrible road safety data. It's the least safe place to walk and cycle in the world. So motorization is not the golden solution that people have historically believed it, and we must avert that risk. And walking and cycling in Africa, though, despite those numbers, it's unsafe and it's uncomfortable. 95% of roads in Africa fail to provide an acceptable level of service for people walking, and 93% an acceptable level for cycling. We are just not valuing these modes in our communities. And the critical one on a transport and decarbonisation agenda is the link to public transport systems, because we strongly believe that if you decarbonise your public transport systems and you build walkable catchments, so when you invest in public transport, you invest in walkable catchments, then we have a system, an urban environment that actively invites people to choose sustainable mobility options. So there's a lot of challenges. We found a lot of evidence that we'd like to, that I've shared, but I don't want this to be a gloomy session, because actually there's lots of inspiring action, and that's what that report captures. There's lots of good things happening. And 59% of people walking and cycling in Africa are supported by a policy. But as we saw in one of those previous slides, the policy is not always having the impact that we might want to see. Which brings me to the next piece of framing about how we bring walking into that conversation to design that pathway for sustainable mobility. And that's the development that UN Environment is undertaking. We are a technical partner for, is the Pan-African Action Plan for active mobility. And this is what it says: 54 countries across Africa engaged in developing national walking policies and signing up to a range of commitments to deliver better environments, better streets, and better public spaces for active mobility. This process we are also engaged with at a European level, pan-European level, growing the expectation that national governments have a responsibility for delivering better streets and public spaces for people on foot. And this process is going to unfold over the next year, engaging a diverse range of stakeholders, including those all-important financiers and people who do the economic appraisals for schemes and to make decisions about investments, the community, the policymakers, the technicians, and those all-important decision makers. Because as part of that report process, we've been building the platform called the Pathways for Walkable Communities and capturing the data that we know and that we have about walking around the world, putting a walking lens on the available data and identifying those key performance indicators that those available data sets tell us about the state of walking in countries around the world. We're bringing the knowledge we have to our national governments because we're tired of people saying, oh, we don't have any data, we don't know what to do. And this is what this building of these resources pinned on that original piece of research to answer the questions people have is all about. So we took data from the World Health Organization about safety and activity levels. We took data from IRAP around comfort and infrastructure, and data from the UN Habitat around access to public transport, that 11.2 from the SDGs that measures proximity to public transport. And we did our own looking at the available policies that are there and came up with these 5 indicators. But what's missing from this, and this is really critical, because when people talk about walking in Africa, oh, people only do it out of necessity or out of poverty, if the environment's horrible and therefore we all have to give them an alternative. That alternative is good environments for walking. But how will we know when we've succeeded? And that's customer satisfaction. And we've developed an app, Walkability app, does what it says on the tin, to help people actually assess their environments and report back to their cities how they are experiencing their walking environments. This is a map from Dublin, but we've done this in Lagos and in Colombia and another number of cities, supported by the Alston Foundation, to get that direct feedback from customers and not only map where the problems are, which you can see here, but come back and measure success after interventions have actually happened. So this way we're translating right down to street level from those national policies, those global data sets, to the customer satisfaction on the street, because the pathway to economic growth and sustainable mobility is walkable cities, dense, compact, connected, walkable cities supported by low carbon public transport systems. If we hit SDG 11.2 with 500 meters, with high percentages of people living within 500 meters of public transport. Let's not stop at public transport. Let's have people within 500 meters of key places where they need to go. And this is where you get the economic return, because people don't have to invest too much of their personal budgets or their transport, but the government's transport budgets in long distance travel. We can localize and achieve the same results. That's it from me. My last thing to say is that I'm delighted to share with you that we are going to be in Kigali next year for the Walk 21 conference. It's the 23rd edition of the Walk 21 conferences. This will be our first in Africa, and we are absolutely looking forward to continuing this conversation in about October next year. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Bronton. We do have questions already on the Slido, if you care to look at that, but we'll come back at the end when we have a general discussion. So in the meantime, I would encourage everyone else out there, please use the Slido. I think the code is 2715656 for this session. Our next speakers are Romanus Otieno-Pio, joining us online from Nairobi, and Gary Hack, who's here next to me. Romanus is the program leader for sustainable urbanization at SEI Africa, and Gary is a senior research associate at SEI at the University of York. Both have been working on the HVT project to develop guidelines for inclusive climate-resilient transport planning in Africa. So without much further ado, I believe, Gary, you're going first, and then you'll lead the way.
Thank you. If you could just show the presentation first. Yeah. So while we're waiting, I'll just introduce myself. My name's Gary Hack, and I'm from the Stockholm Environment Institute at the University of York. Today I would like to give a presentation on a project that we've been doing, funded by the UK aid SCDO, on inclusive climate resilient transport planning in Africa. We did that in collaboration with the Zambia Road Safety Trust, the UN Environment Programme, and colleagues in Uganda at the University of Makerere. So the title of the presentation is Creative Participatory Approaches for Inclusive Climate Resilient Transport. Just to give you, if you've never heard of SEI, SEI is the Stockholm Environment Institute. We're a global organization working on environment development issues. Our mission is to bridge the gap between science and policy to achieve change for a more sustainable future. We have offices around the world. Our headquarters is in Stockholm, and we have offices in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and based within the University of York in the UK. So following on from Bronwyn's presentation on walking, when we talk about this transition to low-carbon transport, we need to talk about a just and equitable transition, a transition to transport that includes and meets the mobility needs of everyone. But we also know that there are many vulnerable groups, such as women, older persons, the young and people with disabilities, who tend to be disproportionately affected by mobility challenges. And we need to place that within the context of a changing climate and how their mobility will be affected when it comes to extreme weather events and whether they're walking or cycling. Part of this project was on the inclusive climate resilient transport planning in Africa. Our objective was to address this challenge. How can we incorporate the voice of disadvantaged groups in the transport planning process to ensure more inclusive climate resilient transport in African cities for the future? And at this point, I would like to show the video. Thank you. So the video there showed a number of the challenges that people face in African cities every day, getting around, walking, cycling, and also showed the range of different approaches that we've used to try and include their voice in the transport planning process. And as part of this project, we produced a guidance document to help transport decision makers and transport planners, as well as representative of disadvantaged groups, to make them aware of the approaches available to include their voice in the transport planning process. Could you go back to my presentation, please? So here are some of the approaches that we looked at: deliberative approaches, participatory mapping, infrastructure experiments, narratives, streetscape models, digital stories, and placemaking activities. And all these are listed and developed further in our reference guide, which is available online from the HVT Transport Links website. So in terms of how we applied some of these approaches, we worked in Zambia and Uganda, trying to test and apply to see how these approaches work in practice and the challenges and the benefits of such approaches. So, for example, with the deliberative approaches, we used a Delphi survey, and with that, we were able to gain consensus between transport planners and representative disadvantaged groups of where their challenges are when it comes to transport. Also, with regard to transport resilience within a city, we used a spatial element there, and how the opinions changed and where in certain areas of the city you could focus on for infrastructure development. So this approach, again, allows to build consensus to identify common areas where action could be taken in the transport planning process. Another aspect is digital storytelling. Now, within the video, you saw different people, and they were interviewed and filmed using digital storytelling. And here, it's a way of getting to understand the story of people's mobility and how they get from A to B, and the daily challenges they face. So this lady here, you can see she's lost a leg, and she did that. She uses a boda driver in Uganda. She actually had an accident using this mode of transport, and she lost a leg. Yet, in the video explaining her challenges that she faced, she still feels the need to use the boda driver in order to get around. So despite being injured by that, she still continues to use that mode of transport. Another picture you saw with it in the video was a man, an older man carrying refuge. Again, we talked to him about his mobility challenges. He was once a civil servant. He had a road traffic accident. He couldn't work. He lost his job. And now he deals with refuge every day. And he walks everywhere. And he still today faces the challenges of walking and transport. So these digital storytelling is a way to communicate to people the challenges an individual might face who has a disability or a particular vulnerable group every day, and how you can communicate that to transport decision makers and planners. Another one is participatory mapping, and again we did this in Zambia, and you saw in the video some people on the roadside. It's a way of talking to people about how they're challenged by a particular mode of transport. In that case, it was along a key road. We were talking to women and children going to school, and that was able to identify particular hotspots where action could be taken, where interventions could be taken to improve the whole urban environment experience. And another one which we explored was infrastructure experiments. And here we introduced a 3D zebra crossing in Zambia, and this was quite successful. We had very good feedback from the users. It felt safer. We measured the traffic and the speed of the traffic, and that slowed down, and we were able to, because of doing this pilot, a number of these 3D zebra crossings were used and installed within Zambia after this project. So what we did then is to look at these different methods, and then to see how they can convey the voice of disadvantaged groups to transport planners, how they can convey their mobility challenges. So we did that in Uganda and in Zambia. And now I'd like to pass over to my colleague Romanos in Nairobi, who will talk about some of the activities he undertook in Nairobi and some of the participatory techniques he used.
Thanks, Gary, and thanks, Tim, for that presentation. Yes, just taking to you one of the methods of narratives, which is basically engaging the participants in terms of their felt needs about a specific local context. It's more of a face-to-face interaction between the experts and the users to get their perceptions about what are some of the issues which they face with regard to their mobility experience, which is which also contributes to digital stories. But you see this, maybe you don't have a video, but you're able to visualize and pick the concerns of the person who maybe wants to give their personal experience and account of how they move around. Next slide, Larry. Yes, in terms of streetscape, it's more of a 3D model. This is more for visualization, because at times when you just talk and don't give people images, they might not be able to understand the dynamics and the challenge they might be going through. And you see, this is very important, especially because, most of the working spaces are contested spaces, because you have traders and you have other people who have the same interest in that particular space. So streetscapes give them an opportunity to see how do you accommodate the needs of different people, the traders and the workers. And this is what we did in Nairobi, Luthuli, with partnership with the UNEP, UN Habitat, and the City County of Nairobi. And I know Francis and Esther, since they're in the room, they can attest to this in terms of how this changed the perception of what's happening in Luthuli. Thank you. Next. The placemaking activities, actually, this is also, again, the Luthuli Avenue, which was a motorized street. But after the placemaking activities, where you try to demonstrate practically by closing the street and engaging and looking at how things will look like for the business people and for the workers, and whether is it acceptable way of changing the street. Yeah? So placemaking is just a test to test the actual, if this thing was to actualize, like closing this place for motorized transport, how will it look like? And this really succeeded, because this led to making Luthuli a motorized space where we reduced motorization in this particular place. And there was an evaluation which was done, I think around 2 years ago, just to note what are the changes. So there was positive feedback in terms of business people noting that there's increased business, because people shop when they're working, they don't shop when they're in cars. So this has had a very positive impact, which is economic, which this particular session is keen on. And of course, it also led to low carbon emissions in that particular, because they are reduced motorization in that particular place. Thank you.
Thank you. So together, all these methods and approaches that we tested, if we are going to have a just transition, if we are going to retain non-motorized modes of transport such as walking and cycling, we need to create a better urban environment experience, and an experience that meets the needs of everybody, and especially the vulnerable groups. But at the same time, we need to consider how we can adapt our infrastructure to make it more resilient to future climate impacts. How will hotter weather or flooding affect infrastructure that might prevent a vulnerable user from walking or cycling? As part of the guide that we developed under this SCDO program, we've outlined a kind of decision support system to help planners to decide, how to use these different methods. There's pros and cons of each method. Some methods will probably not be relevant for certain projects. Other methods will be. So we see this as a kind of first step into raising awareness that there are ways that can be taken to understand the mobility needs of different diverse groups, but also how to do that. So this is our first step. So for the guidance document, I would like you to encourage you all to go and download it and have a read for yourself. And you can do that from transportlinks.com. So thank you.
Thank you very much to Romanos and to Gary for the very excellent and exciting presentation. Again, there are a number of questions already on the Slido. What I'd suggest for those of you out there, if you don't want to put a question, maybe you can like some of those that have already been posed, and we'll pick those that are most liked to be responded to before we end. Now, our third speaker is Clive Roberts, who is Professor of Railway Systems and Head of the School of Engineering at University of Birmingham, my old university as well. He's the Director for the Center for Railway Research and Education, which has been working with industry on hydrogen fuel technology, exploring the potential for use to transform rail transport across the globe. I'm very eager to hear about this. Over to you, Clive.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody here in the room and online. So if we can put up my slides, I'm going to be talking today about a project very much focused on railway technology and how the deployment of innovative railway technology in Africa, particularly in low-income countries in Africa, can help to make a step change and a rapid adoption of innovative technology for decarbonisation. So, as has been said, I'm Clive Roberts. I'm Head of the School of Engineering and Professor of Railway Systems. And I lead this project, which is again part of the UK aid funded by the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office in the UK and as part of the high volume transport activities. So I lead what's called the Birmingham Centre for Railway Research and Education. We have about 150 researchers in my centre working on all aspects of railway policy, technology, systems in general. And we have very much an international reach to the work we do and we state that we work in all continents across the world apart from the Arctic. And you can see on the map there's a number of active projects around the world that we are currently working on. For the background of this project, this is very much focused on sub-Saharan low-income countries and looking at how they're investing in rail technologies. You may well know that railways are a growing sector in Africa and many other parts of the world, and particularly many other low-income country parts of the world. That's great news from a carbon point of view, and actually from a cost point of view if invested appropriately. Across Africa, there is a drive to try and come up with interoperable standards rather than every country doing its own thing, but that's really quite challenging. So sort of adjacent to the work that I'm talking about today, we're also doing work on supporting railway corridors and ensuring that there's interoperability across a number of the countries that I'm talking about. So the challenge is that today the railways that exist in Africa are powered by diesel engines. And whereby in some other countries in the world, electrification is the way to go. If I think of the UK, we're moving very much towards electrification of our lines, where we've previously had diesel traction. The challenge in Africa is actually the cost is incredibly high. The distances are actually much more significant, so you're working on a cost per kilometre. And actually the power system itself is perhaps not geographically robust enough across the country to be able to provide the power that might be needed by a railway system. Therefore, we need to look at alternative traction methods. And we need to make alternative traction methods that aren't diesel. For those of you who aren't that familiar with railway investments, it's worth bearing in mind that if I was to go and buy a new, say, freight locomotive to run in Africa today, it may well take me 5 years to sort of spec and procure that, and then I'd probably want to be running that locomotive for 45 years. So in 50 years' time, we're still stuck with 2020 type technology. So what we want is intervention now, while those investments are being made, people to have both the sight of those innovations, understanding how they might apply to their particular railways, and having the confidence to go in a slightly different direction and perhaps having a technology jump. And as you'll see, if that can't be achieved, because that's quite an ambitious aim, it's to ensure that the technology that is invested in is adaptable, and therefore over that life of 40, 50 years that I'm talking about, potentially things could be changed so they become low carbon, decarbonised over that lifetime of the project. So our project is very much about informing people. It's about helping to create local plans. And then, as you'll see, looking at some very, very specific case studies to see and help and influence those initiatives. So what we're looking at is understanding the cost effectiveness of those zero emission novel traction systems for railways in this part of the world. So at the beginning of the project, and this project is still ongoing, as I'll explain towards the end, at the beginning of the project, we engaged with a number of countries, and this really we needed buy-in from the local governments, the local railways, and we needed people that were wanting to invest or had a plan to invest in their railway upgrades. And we picked 4 countries initially from a number that come forward. A commuter service in Uganda, a passenger service over longer distances in Nigeria, a heavy haul freight system in Liberia, and a mixed railway sets of corridors in Tanzania. And again, it's worth perhaps just thinking about these different types of transport, depending on where you come from in the world. You may think, when you think of railways, you think of a particular type of railway, maybe a passenger and urban railway. But in Africa, there is an awful lot of freight being moved by rail. And actually, the growth market driver in many instances is freight. And if you can get the freight system designed correctly, you can then intermix passenger services between it. So we did a capability analysis of these railways and understood what the options might be around some of those technologies, and how we might be able to implement a zero carbon or decarbonised solution. And you can see here there's lots of mathematics and simulations that sit behind this, but that's not the focus of today. The focus is really just to showing that there is a difference, and there's potential to use some of these different technologies. And at this stage, just a maybe, there is potential for that technology jump. So our interim findings were that 3 of our railways, so not the freight railway in Liberia, but the other 3, we could develop a solution which was a decarbonised solution. So we'll come on to freight railways a little bit later on in this, but particularly on that Liberia issue, it's a mining railway with particularly steep gradients, and the solution there is either to stick with combustion engines or particular electrification on those steep gradients. We looked at these solutions and developed them in partnership with those railways, but the Tanzanian examples were the ones that we took forward, particularly because of where Tanzania was in its life cycle of investing in railways and ongoing projects. And just to give you a flavour for that, in 3 weeks' time, we will be delivering a workshop to around 50 people in Tanzania to disseminate more results of this work around the particular case studies I'm about to show you. So we then looked at these railways in Tanzania and started to investigate what the potential was for the particular types of lines. So we actually ended up looking at 3 lines: a commuter line, so a short line, a mixed traffic line, and then a medium distance passenger line. Now, these railways all have different mass of vehicles. They actually have a different volumetric option in terms of like a gauging option that you can fit technologies in. So we did initial design works for each of these railways to basically say what would a train, what would a locomotive look like on these railways, and could we achieve this within the constraints of weight and volume. We also then looked at retrofitting design. So some of these railways may have 10 or 15-year-old rolling stock, which probably have another 30 years of life. And we have lots of experience at the University of Birmingham in retrofitting trains with alternative traction. So actually at COP26 in Glasgow, we demonstrated the UK's first hydrogen train, which was a retrofit of an existing train, a 20-year-old train, which we retrofitted with hydrogen traction. So we know that is a solution that is achievable. And so in some instances, we're talking about new solutions. In some instances, we're talking about taking mid-life rolling stock and ripping out the diesel engines and refitting with some alternative traction solutions. And again, remembering that the objective, the clear objective of this project is to assess and educate around these areas so that these kinds of solutions are put on the table as potential options. As soon as you, within a project, go down a route of committing to a particular traction mode, you're then stuck with that for many decades. So what we want is to put those options on the table early on so this kind of analysis can be done. So retrofitting is one of the stages we looked at, and we're able to look at how both trains could be retrofitted, and there is actually the retrofitting of refueling stations. For example, if you're looking at hydrogen or if you're looking at battery powered trains, it's not the same as refueling a diesel train. So there is actually a whole ecosystem of retrofitting that's needed. And that's quite interesting in its own right, because that can actually, and we've considered this as part of the project, that can create local industries in particular countries and be developed further for particular for particular implementations. So if we look at these particular routes in Tanzania, we're looking at a route from Dar to Kigoma. It's a long route, and these routes are if you refer to how I was talking about the UK, this is a longer route than you would find in the UK. So the kind of railways that we've got here is quite different to perhaps that we would be used to normally in the analysis that we do. So the current train that might be employed on this railway is a large railway, a large locomotive that's diesel powered. A considerable amount of energy is required for the round trip and significant diesel storage. We then looked at two solutions. The hydrogen solution across a particular route, and we concluded through quite a lot of analysis that this would be a viable solution, both in terms of the locomotive itself, but also around the ecosystem and the availability of hydrogen generation within the country. And the really interesting thing there is that you can perhaps start with hydrogen that isn't as clean as hydrogen that you would migrate to over time. So you're making that infrastructure decision in terms of the investment in the rolling stock early on, and over its life it decarbonises through the ability to make greener hydrogen. You may have noticed that the diesel train required one diesel stop. We can, with the right planning, route setting, we can use the hydrogen train with one hydrogen stop. We then looked at a solution with a hydrogen tanker afterwards, and that means that we can have no stops and we can actually get some benefits of a redesign of that solution. So again, the logistics of that were considered and the options were appraised. So the work, as I say, is ongoing. What we're doing now is working very much in detail of specifying the kind of systems that you might need. I've shown you one example, but in a number of examples of railways, and allowing that technology jump. This is a technology that we're beginning to bring in around the world in many countries. The kind of thing here that we can do in Africa is allow that technology jump to happen, ensure that the investment in the future is decarbonised and is a sound investment. There are costs associated with this, and obviously there is an economic analysis that sits under this as well. But what we've got is both a solution worked up for a number of railways with a detailed solution in certain countries, and then also a framework that will be published that allows railways to do their own analysis of the kind that we've done. So we've done the work demonstrated the capability, demonstrated the process for how you'd make these decisions, and then that will be then embedded in some guidelines that people can replicate in further studies. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Clive. Quite interesting, and we look forward to the actual trials of some of these technologies. Okay, our fourth presentation is a double act by Francis Mwangi and Esther Gachanja. Francis is Senior Planning Officer and CAP member for Kenya. Esther is the Principal Economist and Climate Change Coordinator also for the Kenyan government. They will be responding in particular, or at least discussing, the opportunity in Kenyan cities for investment in accessible and affordable modes of transport. We all believe that public transport is a critical component for the reduction of carbon emissions. However, is this feasible in the case of Kenya? And can all this be done whilst meeting needs for public transport to become climate resilient? So over to you. I don't know who is going to speak first, but since you have the mic, Francis.
Thank you, thank you. At this moment, we are also happy. I hope you have received. Yes. I hope you have received our presentation. Esther is going to do the presentation, then we shall join in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We are going to do a brief presentation and a lot of talking to address and to share some of the experiences in Kenya. We wanted to let you know that recently Kenya has removed subsidies for fuel, and this has led to a rise in the fuel cost. And once the fuel cost rises, in addition to the other factors that lead to fuel cost rise, definitely the cost of living goes high. And the cost of living is the transportation demands and needs are key and are almost basic because each day you have to move. So once the transport cost goes high, which obviously is dependent to the fuel cost, definitely the consumers and the common citizens are more affected. And as a ministry, we endeavor to provide efficient transportation system. That is our vision. And we are guided by a national integrated transport policy which envisages efficient, affordable, and safe transportation system as our vision. And within it, we also know that a transport system cannot be efficient if it is not climate resilient, if it is not sustainable. Therefore, we also endeavor to ensure that the transport system is sustainable. And we know that majority of the investments are on the infrastructure development, whereby in Kenya there is a lot of potential because we are still developing to improve on our infrastructure for transport in all modes. The modes here, we talk of pipeline, we talk of air transport, we talk of rail transport, we talk of road transport, and we talk of the active mobility. And even sometimes we have for cargo, then unmotorized, we have things we call mukokotenis. So all those are several modes of transport. And therefore we believe that, and we agree with every argument that increase in investments in transport is likely to be beneficial to both the household economies and even the national economy, because like in Kenya we have a vision 2030, and in that vision transport is recognized as a key enabler to the realization of that vision, which aspires to make Kenya a middle-income country by 2030. And therefore, to also ensure that our transport system is efficient, we endeavor to do the seamless, to make it seamless interconnectivity that currently is missing. There are a lot of missing links. And therefore, we feel if we increase investments along the interconnectivity, it can improve the efficiency. Because currently we find that investments are standalones. Aviation does, rail does, without connecting even to the walking pedestrians. So currently investments along the interconnectivity will improve even the economic growth of the country. And therefore we are saying that for all the modes, as we think along together and we build synergy such that there is a way of making the modes interconnect. We are also talking of improving the non-motorized transport, as I've said, because we have other modes of transportation which are not motorized. In Kenya, we also use donkeys in some places, and we also carry roads on our backs. So we need comfortable walkways and such like, and even cycling. As much as it is not culturally the in-then, we are trying to create awareness, and we have seen a rise in cyclings, using bicycles to work places, using bicycles to school. We have even initiatives to introduce faster and electrified bicycles, and we believe that all that will decarbonize transport in one way or another. So far, over several years, we have tried to create these non-motorized facilities, and we have 1,153 kilometers of the same. And in terms of regulation, as I've already mentioned, we have a national transport policy which regulates and guides the whole of transport sector for all the modes. And for the public service vehicles, the large and service transportation, we attempt to use self-regulation through use of PSV circles, where transport providers join a circle and they self-regulate. A pictorial of how Nairobi looks like. Nairobi is the capital city of Kenya. That is how we have many smaller occupancy vehicles. So also one of the aspiration is to increase the mass transit, to invest in BRTs. And we have a pilot in Thika Road, a highway we call Thika Road. We are piloting the BRT facility. We have even this is a terminal, an example of a terminal under construction in Thika Road to enhance bus rapid transit, to move masses from the smaller vehicles to higher occupancy vehicles. And we are doing all this with electrifying transport in mind. We have e-mobility initiatives, so many startups, so many regulatory frameworks coming up and under development just to increase e-mobility as a mitigation action, as a priority mitigation action, because it has a lot of potential. This is an electric bus recently launched in Kenya in October through a private initiative by Rome Rapid. And we have many more. If we had more time, we would give more scenarios, including the expressway from CBD all the way to Westlands in Kenya. It's a game changer in transportation, and one good example of a tolled highway in Kenya. Thank you. More we'll talk during questions. I would want to invite my colleague Francis, who is an aviator, to give us a small scenario of aviation, because as part of improving interconnectivity in Kenya, we intend to also interconnect through domestic flights. So I welcome him to give us a brief.
Thank you, Esther. Further to what she have said, we have done also in terms of decarbonizing the aviation. We did the study on sustainable aviation fuel, which we want to explore fuel in Kenya. So far, the study showed that we did, together with the CAO and the EU, the study on the feasibility that there is potential to have fuel generation for Kenya, which can be used by motor vehicles and also for aviation. Recently, we did a workshop with GIZ in August, and we are still collaborating to see how we can make that a game changer, that we are able to, instead of using the fossil fuel, we use the sustainable aviation fuel, and also which in relation also to hydrogen. So I'm happy to see, Prof, what he has said, that the hydrogen now, I think it's a good way we can also collaborate to see how we can use the sustainable, because the study showed waste that we are having, the municipal waste, which we are having along within Nairobi and other states, can be used to generate a lot of fuel, together with other materials, like we had issue of water hyacinth, which can be used, sugar cane bagasse can be used. The other item we have also done, Kenya launched its carbon 2050 calculator, which we are using it. We did together with Imperial College and Strathmore University, which we have shown in terms of decarbonizing all these mode of transport, all of them, the key four of them. We need to use the calculator to be able to see, as we use all the new methodology we are saying in terms of electrification, improving the transport sector, we need to see how the emission will also achieve toward the 2050 neutral growth, such that we don't have emission increasing. So we have that calculator, is online. If you just Google 2050 calculator for Kenya, you are able to see the emissions and how you are able to see how emissions are going to reduce until you can even go up to 2100. That's a key initiative. The other item we have done is issue of, in terms of aviation, we have installed solar power. If you come to one of the airport, in terms of Moi International Airport, the airport is 50% green. We are able to provide solar, which is solar at the gate. As the aircraft is parked, instead of using its own power or diesel-powered GPU, we are using solar. So you find there is that reduction in terms of emission. And since it was a pilot project done together with ICAO EU, we want now to launch a bigger project in Jomo Kenyatta International Airport of 3 megawatt, where we want now to ensure that there is that clean energy which is supplied within the infrastructure. And there is other measures we are doing also for other aviation in terms of improvement of air navigation, ensuring that there is seamless flight, like through collaboration with the military to ensure we release some of the airspace. Thank you, and then maybe we can engage more on the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the presenters, and I want to particularly thank you for keeping up to time. So we do have enough time now for open discussion. As mentioned earlier, we have on Slido a number of questions that have been posed by the audience remotely. And if there are any questions here in the room, please either enter it in Slido or just raise your hands and we'll come to you. So the first one is a question, I guess, aimed at Bronwyn Thornton. A very easily made mistake. Sorry, apologies for that. There is an extreme climate crisis. What solutions can be delivered in this decade at the scale required across African cities that meets mobility needs, particularly for walking? Bronwyn.
Yes, thanks very much. No worries about my name. I've spent my life having it mispronounced, so no worries there. It is a critical question, and if I was representing cycling, which we do work very closely with cycling, I would actually be answering that one of those best investments can be implementation of safe space for people to ride bicycles, because bicycles offer the distance that walking cannot, and at the same time that low carbon solution. What I was really inspired by hearing from Kenya was the commitment to public transport and to the walking and the commuter catchments for that public transport. But these things do take time. But we have a cost of living crisis now. You take away government subsidies, everything goes up in price. We are already spending government money on subsidizing fossil fuel consumption to move ourselves around our cities. So why are we not putting that government money into localizing services so people can walk? You know, very often in Africa, that first mile is the only mile that people have to travel. So we don't always have to think in the biggest and the longest and the most expensive and the BRTs and this. How about we start looking at our land use planning, urbanize, put some urban some employment centres in different parts of our cities. Governments can make these choices. This is what Carlos's 15-minute city that Paris is adopting is all about. Instead of investing and subsidising fuels, let's give people the option not to spend their transport budgets on transport, their household budgets on transport, by governments making choices with their budgets to invest in local services, in infrastructure for low carbon modes, so that people have the choice to move safely and actively around their cities. Because as much as we all talk about choice, as soon as you get the levels of motorization or the poor infrastructure like we see across Africa, you are denying the choice of the people who need it the most, or who could value actually wanting to just work, live, and take their children to school locally. I know the land use planning thing is a bigger thing, but those quick interventions to enable low-cost travel is a real thing that could happen and sustain the share of walking and increase the share of cycling this decade.
Thank you very much, Bronwyn. A follow-up question is really, how can one leverage large investments from development banks towards walking, given the fact that most of these use cost-benefit analysis to justify investments?
One of my favorite topics. This is something I'm working on so much at the moment because I'm tired of hearing walking priced out of cost-benefit analysis. We have to revisit the way we actually benefit and do those cost benefits. What are those fiscal appraisal systems that are ruling out these benefits? Why are we, as a government, because it's not the banks ultimately, it is the national governments who have budgets across health, urban development, transport, why are they not reaching across all of those benefits to inform their investment decisions and bring those to offset against the costs that are required for this? But that's those broader benefits. But the simple transport benefits, the congestion reduction, your customer base is your walking population. So public transport investments, when multilateral development banks are spending money on public transport, it must not be just the buses and the stations or the tracks and the trains. It must be those commuter catchments as well. We have the economic arguments that say if you improve commuter catchments, if you make it safer and more direct for people to walk and cycle to your stations and your stops, you get better ridership on your public transport. If we value that journey, that 500 meters, make that quality, not just proximity to public transport, then we will get a better fiscal return on those investments in public transport. That's a no-brainer. That's a direct line. Road projects must include walking and cycling infrastructure every time we do a road project. Don't tell me it's a motorway and therefore they shouldn't be there. Most of those roads in Africa still have people walking on them, and we should be making it safe. And if you want to offset those costs, let's measure the impact of the road safety data and the costs of people dying in those spaces, and put those into our cost-benefit analysis for transport projects, even before we get to health and air quality and all the rest of it.
Thank you very much, Bronwyn. I certainly agree with you that if we do include cost of lives that are lost due to the conflict between motorized and non-motorized, then surely that should be the basis for economic justification, if one is needed. The message from you is that you should be able to do without even having to look at the deaths to justify provision of facilities for those who are non-motorized. Now, Gary and Romanus, how do you cope with different opinions or conflicting opinions when you do your consultations? Are project promoters listening to the feedback from a participatory process?
Thank you. I think it's an excellent question. One of the approaches we use with the deliberative, first of all, the deliberative approach is where the aim is to gain consensus. So there's different rounds that you ask people the same question again, like 3 times, and then you're able to see the opinion of others, and you come to find those commonalities. But you're right, there's an issue of the power balance as well between let's say, the planners, and especially representative disadvantaged groups. And I think it's demonstrating the potential benefits of some of these approaches by having more quality information, more local knowledge. And then, I don't know, Romanis has been involved much more on the ground with some of these projects, whether he wants to add anything.
Thanks, Gary, and thanks, Prof, for that. Yeah, in terms of looking at the placemaking, where we had initial concerns by the business community, they thought that when you bring more workers, they are going to lose business. But when you demonstrate in terms of how they can gain with that, then they start buying in the process. By just doing a test for one day, and they saw the difference in terms of the quality, how people are walking around, how people can now shop without being harassed or being the hooting and even the noise pollution and others. So it's just a matter of making it practical so they can able to relate with the reality associated with that particular benchmark or particular intervention. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Clive. There's a question here for you. Given the time frames for procurement and all other activities that are needed for rail transport as a whole, how optimistic are you, and when can we expect these systems to be functional?
Yeah, that's a good question. In any kind of infrastructure project, the procurement and process specification and procurement process is very long. I think in terms of what we're trying to do here in the work that we're doing is to firstly get some of those alternative solutions actually on the table so people are actually thinking about them. And I think we're making good inroads in that area, and we will continue to do so. The framework and guidelines that we will produce as part of this project will enable people to, who perhaps aren't experienced in some of these areas, to pick those up and actually then start getting these options considered. So that's statement number one. In terms of the potential to retrofit, we've proven actually for our own projects that this can be done very quickly from a technical point of view. So actually the engineering works to produce that first train that we demonstrated at COP26 only actually took a year. So there is actually the potential to undertake some of that work really very quickly within the space of a few years to get to make that step move from existing rolling stock, which is perhaps at midlife, high levels of polluting, to something that is zero carbon or near zero carbon in a relatively quick time window and at a relatively low cost compared with complete replacement. As soon as you enter into the cycle of actually building new railways or procuring entirely new vehicle fleets, then there is a long time period. But nonetheless, this is really important to do, because if we don't intervene in the way that we're intervening at the moment, what we'll end up with is just the existing technology rolled on for another 50 years. So we do need to, this is vitally important to do.
Very much. Let me go to Francis and Esther. As a follow-up question, and also coming on Slido, is there need for more government regulation? In some parts of the world, there is belief there should be less regulation. But from your experience and from your practical work, to what extent can government regulation help towards the transition of low-carbon transport?
Thank you. Let me start. In terms of government regulation, they are good, provided they are there is that awareness. Because the main problem we are finding with this regulation, even regulation exists, but people, are they following? Then the main problem is that there is that need to be able to have them. There is need for awareness, and also to help to reduce the regulation. There is also that need of creating awareness to the general public. Like the way you have seen those, the walkway being made, you find still people coming to put a selling point where it's supposed to be cycling. You find other mode of, or other uses. So there is that need, as we even make regulation, make the public also aware of the need of this infrastructure. And with that, we shall go toward reducing the regulation, because there will be self-regulation within the people or the public. Let me give my colleague.
Yes. Thank you. I concur with my colleague. In our country, there is a culture of low compliance with existing laws and regulation, and therefore, if they are absent, we wonder how it would be. So there is need to try, I don't know how we can change the culture, but just to make people just to be self-disciplined, to just do the right thing at the right place. And I also think regulation is also required because of technology. JAM has been mentioned. We need to ensure standards, because if there are no standards, there are no regulation, you'll find infiltration of every kind of product into the economy. And we are also thinking, even as we are trying to improve and introduce e-mobility, we are thinking as a developing country and a chief importer of vehicles, for example, and the first world, sorry to say, are moving ahead and even stopping production. So we avoid a situation where we can find like all the ones that are being left for better technology are brought to us, and us when we are ready now to take off, we have a lot which we don't even know how to dispose. So regulation for us is still important.
Thank you very much. And this is more an open question to all the panelists. We know that there is significant poverty throughout Africa, but particularly in the urban areas. There's poverty in terms of very low incomes, and there's poverty in terms of lack of facilities. The infrastructure, governments, or the city governments in particular, are also poor to some extent because they don't have revenues. So what do you think in these circumstances are the best options for urban areas to adopt more mobility-friendly transport policies and actions, where the governments on the one hand do not have the facilities, but on the other hand, the users are also poor and therefore cannot afford more expensive modes of transport? Let me go first to Bronwyn, because I think you've got the answer, we believe, but over to you.
I'm going to have to apologize. I missed the essence of the question because I was reading a new one that came up on Slido addressed directly to me. It distracted me at the critical moment. Please repeat the question.
Okay, the essence of the question is that the two sides of the coin are both poor. The users don't have enough funds to be able to afford more expensive forms of transport. On the other hand, city governments are also poor. They don't have the revenues and the financing to provide the kind of facilities that we are talking about. So what is the low-hanging fruit here? How can we start to implement?
Well, you already have it with the levels of walking. And retaining localized services so that people can choose walking and don't have to invest more of their household budgets, and governments don't have to invest in road infrastructure. That when you do cost-benefit analysis of road infrastructure on broader benefits, not just transport benefits or traditional transport models, they just don't win anymore. I mean, when World Health did their first health economic assessment tool for walking and cycling, it blew transport CBAs out of the water, so much so that transport professionals couldn't cope and said, we can't use that. It's just, so we have to reframe all of those things. But meanwhile, let's go out and make the streets safer. Tactical urbanism is immediate and successful way. Let's temporarily, if necessary, just reclaim that space, make it safer, make it nicer for people, and enable local services. I know in South Africa, in Cape Town, those suburban landscapes that are totally motor-centric got caught with COVID because they weren't allowed to travel even to buy food. They had to change the rules to allow food carts into suburban areas. So let's think more creatively. Let's not just think about the movement and the mobility, but about the motivations, the origins and the destinations, and how we can enable people to move and at low cost local opportunities.
Thank you very much. Gary and Romanus, over to you in terms of to what extent are for example, the reference guides that you talked about, to what extent are these being adopted by the authorities to implement the kind of activities that you're promoting?
I think we're at the emerging stage. We're at an early stage. There are a number of projects. We've piloted these approaches and we've had good results, but I think we're still at the stage of raising awareness, we did some capacity building. So it's a process that's just at the beginning. And I believe that we need to, and with the step with the guidance document, is to try and show planners as well as representative disadvantaged groups the benefits of taking these approaches and how it's done. So I think we're at an early stage. I think it's going to take a while, but we're making a step forward. And yeah, I don't know if Romanos would like to add anything from his experience.
Thanks, Gary, for that. I think my additional contribution to that is that, like for example, Kenya now we have the government is declaring the informal settlements as special planning area, where you can have negotiated standards first to improve mobility within the slums or the informal settlement, but secondly, and more importantly, to sustain also the livelihood in terms of negotiated space, so we can have space for traders, but also space for pedestrians. These are negotiated standards so that we are able to match the two. You don't kill the businesses, but also we also enhance mobility within this particular area. So I think it's also coming up with the local standards, which takes into account the local context. Then we're able to negotiate using these approaches to see which one is feasible and which one can they go in terms of minimalists to enhance livelihoods, but also to enhance mobility and safety within the poor informal settlements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clive, let me come to you in terms of the hydrogen-powered locomotives and others, the traction systems rather. How expensive do you see this being in future, and how will that compare with hydropower, as is probably the most abundant in most African countries? And the final question that's come through on this, when will we see the actual implementation?
Right, so the cost for electrifying railways comes from two parts. One is the power generation itself, and the other is actually the distribution infrastructure that the railway needs. And the kind of analysis that we do around the world is looking at where that cost benefit lies. And roughly, and it's very roughly, but a good rule of thumb is that if you stand on the side of a railway and you don't see a train come past you every 15 minutes, you probably can't afford to electrify it. But that's to do with the railway infrastructure rather than the power supply. In Africa, we have both problems. We have the lack of infrastructure and the long distances, and then the actual power system itself. So there are certainly benefits to be had by some of the other alternative power solutions that Africa may offer. However, that doesn't negate the cost of the railway infrastructure in itself. And that, just to give you an idea, in Europe, that's around £2 million per kilometre. It's cheaper in India. I think India's delivering this at about £200,000 or £300,000, equate with dollars at the moment, per kilometre. So this just isn't cheap in general. In terms of then things actually happening, as I said before, some of this can happen quite quickly, and it's a good solution. This investment in railways is going ahead anyway. We want to make sure that it's a low carbon investment rather than a high carbon investment. And if I may, I'd just perhaps pick up on, I'm not the most obvious person to answer the previous question, but just to pick up on the previous question. In a number of places around the world, railways are being invested in as freight corridors, but they're acting as standalone corridors. And we've observed that to happen around the world. So Brazil's a really good example where there's lots of freight railways. And learning from those other countries, what we're seeing is that there's a move to push to make sure that when those concessions are given, they're encouraged to also carry passengers as well. So that can be a low-cost option to do that, and also can rapidly achieve some of those things. The other things that do exist, and I'm doing work in Jamaica at the moment, which is really interesting, around reopening parts of the railway there, where there's actually historically a large amount of infrastructure that has more or less just been mothballed. And that project started as buying a new railway from outside of the country, and is now turning into a project about local developing local skills, and an on-the-ground workforce developing skills and jobs, and also working in local communities. So there are some railways are seen as an expensive thing to do, and they are, but actually there are some things that you can do to get some rapid benefits at low cost.
Thank you very much, Clive. Let me come now to Francis and Esther. A question that is often forefront in the public mind in terms of regulation of public transport and, of course, enforcement of that regulation. In Nairobi, as you've mentioned, there's quite a few of the borders, these are motorbike passenger services, and also the matatus. These are the minibuses who are often accused of having the worst traffic behavior. How do you enforce and ensure that these modes of transport that are perhaps quite essential do comply with the regulation and from that become a positive for public transport in a city like Nairobi?
Thank you. As I mentioned, we utilize and we adopt self-regulation, whereby these providers join in group, where they try to instill that discipline, that self-instilled need to comply with the existing law, as well as trying even to make them understand what the law says. Because as we know, these categories of people are also people who depend on others to interpret for them the law, what the law means. When you tell somebody to wear a helmet, for example, why? He doesn't see the need, but you and me know that if the skull is harmed, the whole self is gone. So we intend to strengthen that institution, because that's a cell that works even for as an economic unit, the self-regulation groups. Thank you.
Maybe in addition, what we can also do is that most of, as we develop those infrastructure, that we are having those mass rapid, we ensure that those motorcycles, they serve the last mile, instead of all of them congesting within the city center through proper urban planning. Because the problem you find everyone is coming there is because there is no that interconnectivity. But when you have proper urban planning, that we find that the last mile, those matatus, and they serve the last mile, instead of all of them coming within the city center, but they can maybe carry people toward the last mile outside the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our presenters, and also particularly to those online, because I know it's not necessarily the most convenient way of doing it, but thank you all. We are bang on time, so to speak, so another kudos to our presenters for really keeping up to time and for the great substance of your presentations. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you very much to HBT for organising this session, Henry for chairing, and thank you everyone for speaking. We look forward to welcoming you back at 2 p.m. for Tools and Research towards a Paris alignment, moving transport towards carbon net zero. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here, those of you who are in person and also to those of you who are tuning in online. We are very excited for this next session, which has been organized by CCG as well as by the Asian Development Bank. This next session is called Tools and Research Towards Paris Alignment, Moving Transport Towards Carbon Net Zero. Just a note, CCG, short for Climate Compatible Growth, is funded by the FCDO, which is the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, to support investment in sustainable low-carbon development systems to meet development priorities in the Global South.
If you wish to ask a question at all throughout this event, please use Slido. The link is www.slido.com and the code is 2715656. There are banners around the room for those in person, and there's also a link available in the YouTube caption. I would now like to welcome you back to Heather Thompson to chair our session again today. Heather is the CEO of the ITDP. That stands for the Institute for Transport and Development Policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be with you all here today in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we're gathered for COP27, coming to the end of the first week of a very busy week. Again, my name is Heather Thompson, and I am the CEO of the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. And I'll just give a quick introduction of myself and then a quick introduction of the session and the speakers here today, and then we'll launch into some presentations and discussion. So again, my name is Heather Thompson. I'm the CEO of ITDP. For those of you that don't know ITDP, we are a nonprofit organization headquartered in New York City with offices all over the world, including in China, India, Indonesia, here in East Africa, and in Egypt, with an office in Cairo, Mexico, Brazil, and the United States. We have more than 35 years of history promoting sustainable transportation with projects and policies in the countries where we work and elsewhere throughout the Global South. We've done a lot of work with multilateral development banks over the years, so it's really my pleasure to be here moderating this session with a lot of friends and partners on the line. So I'm here in the room with one of our panelists, and we have 7 in total, so there are 6 online joining us from around the world. And as the title says, the name of this session are Tools and Research Towards Paris Alignment, Moving Towards Carbon Net Zero. And this session is really all about the efforts of multilateral development banks in trying to align their lending, their investments with the goals of the Paris Agreement, which, as we all know, is to get to a 1.5 degree target for mitigating climate change, staying within that. And the banks are aligning their lending, their operations, using research, tools, and data. So that's what we'll be speaking about today. There's several folks that are launching new tools here at the COP, so you'll get a sneak preview of some of the new tools and data that various development banks are launching in this effort. We'll share activities, and we'll also talk about the nexus between the transportation sector and the energy sector, which is so important for the future. So again, this session is brought to you by CCG in collaboration with the Asian Development Bank. So we'll start with opening remarks from Pamela Chiang from the Asian Development Bank, where she will talk about the Asian Development Bank's effort to align with the Paris Agreement. That will be followed by a presentation from Jairo Quiros from the University of Costa Rica on ideas, empowerment, and investment, calling upon a case study from Costa Rica. That will be followed by a presentation from Angelica Zwicky, who is the Senior Sector Economist for Urban Development and Mobility at KfW. And she will talk about a new tool that they just launched with a lot of excitement yesterday with the title Climate Impact Quantified, establishing a new tool for calculating project-related greenhouse gases emissions in the transportation sector. We'll follow that with a presentation from Naomi Tan, who is working with CCG at the Imperial College in London, and she'll present on starter kits for energy and transport modeling. That will be followed by a presentation from Atiq Ahmad, who is the lead transport global specialist at the Islamic Development Bank, and he'll speak about the Islamic Development Bank's efforts to align with the Paris Agreement. And last but not least, we'll have a presentation from Alexander Prodon, who is the Senior Strategy and Policy Officer for Transport and Connectivity at the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank. Again, with an effort, attention to efforts to align with the Paris Agreement. So, a long list of wonderful presentations that we have to look forward to, and hopefully we'll have enough time for some discussion and Q&A at the end. So with that, again, with our co-host of the Asian Development Bank, let me turn it to Pamela Chiang, who again is with the Asian Development Bank. Pamela has more than 20 years of history working with the Asian Development Bank on e-mobility and technology, investments in smart infrastructure, transportation services, and most recently looking at how all of these align with climate change. The Asian Development Bank has really been a leader in the space of sustainability and climate change, and she's here to tell us a little bit more about the efforts of the bank, again, to align with the Paris Agreement. Pamela, over to you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Heather, for the very generous introduction. I can't actually see my slides, so I hope that they are loaded. I hope you can see them. Yes, okay, I can see them now. Thank you. So a very good afternoon to colleagues. Good morning, good evening to other virtual colleagues, wherever you are joining us from. I hope that you're enjoying the inspiring discussions at the COP. And on behalf of the ADB, I would like to express gratitude for the very strong partnership that we have established with the Climate Compatible Growth Fund as well as the FCDO. We have been collaborating on a wide range of research on innovative transport and energy nexus approaches in the Asia and the Pacific region. And today we're really pleased to co-organize this event with CCG to convene this very distinguished panel of experts to talk about tools and research, which is an important area of work to underpin design of transformative projects to enable transitions towards a net zero carbon future for transportation and beyond. So we will hear more of these later in the session, but for now, I'd like to share an overview on what ADB is planning to do to align our portfolio with the Paris Agreement. And I wanted to start with sharing ADB's commitments to accelerating actions to tackle climate change. We have committed to full alignment of ADB's sovereign operations with the goals of Paris Agreement by 1st July 2023, which is not too far off, and 85% of our non-sovereign operations to be fully aligned by at the same time, and 100% of non-sovereign operations fully aligned by 1st July 2025. And we'd like to double our annual average climate adaptation finance, which will result in a cumulative financing of 9 billion from 2019 to 2024. And we're also targeting to increase total climate finance ambition to 100 billion by 2030. So in this context, let's look at the transport story in the region. So next slide, please. Thank you. So globally, the transport sector, as we all know, contributes to about a quarter of direct CO2 emissions from fuel combustion, with road transport accounting for about 3/4. And the set of graphs on the top right shows IPCC's projection of growth in transport demand for passenger and freight. And it is clear that demand is expected to increase. And when you look at the bottom set of the graphs, the black line shows that Asia's growth relative to 2010 will increase at the fastest rate. So Asia Pacific is the largest regional vehicle market, accounting for 48% of global sales in 2019. And Asia's share of the total worldwide transport emissions is growing. So there is a very urgent need to decouple the transport sector related greenhouse gas emissions growth from GDP growth. And this will require very rapid action to promote a mode shift, improve energy efficiency, and to reduce fuel carbon intensity. So next slide, please. So how can transport systems become carbon neutral? So in the transport sector, we often refer to the ASI framework, which is to promote avoidance and reduction for the need for motorized travel. And this can be promoted through, as you can see on the slide, digital or online schemes such as telecommuting, e-commerce, e-learning. Shifts can be achieved most obviously by moving private car users onto public transport or mass transit systems such as rail, MRTs, or buses. Improve can be achieved by enhancing operational efficiency or improving technology for mobile assets like cars, buses, boats, ships, trucks, and as well as e-mobility. And we believe that e-mobility will be one of the very important levers to support low carbon pathways. And crucially, I've also added a couple of other points to consider on the right-hand side, in addition to the ASI framework. And these are, for example, planning, which include, for example, development of strategies on low carbon pathways and roadmaps, policies, regulations, and targets, for example, removing fossil fuel subsidies, introducing carbon taxes, introducing EV sales targets, etc. And these really do need cross-sector collaboration through multi-stakeholder working groups to coordinate and ensure that the intended outcomes will be realized. So, for example, it's not feasible to introduce carbon taxation when low carbon alternatives are not readily available or affordable. And it will be futile to set EV targets, right, when the transport infrastructure and grid connectivity are not compatible. And finally, as we all know, we need financing. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take the opportunity to share an analysis that we looked at for the lifetime emissions of fossil fuel vehicles. So the bubbles represent the lifetime GHG emissions for different land transport modes. And we found that the largest emitters are actually the buses and the long-haul trucks. And this is followed by urban trucks, taxis, passenger cars, and finally two-wheelers. So technically speaking, it's the most efficient to tackle buses and freight trucks, right? But it's worth noting that in many developing countries in our region, two- and three-wheelers are still the dominant mode for majority for private transport, public transport, or even informal transport. So for our region, it will also be important to scale up electrification of two- and three-wheelers as well. And we are actually seeing, we're actually going through an uptick in e-bus projects as this is becoming increasingly mainstream solution for the bus systems that we are financing. But there are still practical challenges with long distance trucks. And this is, as we know, due to the high capex cost and the long distance trucks. And they tend to ply intercity roads that are not grid connected, and hence charging will be a problem. So we need to look at how to design intercity roads differently and to make them future ready to accommodate electric or fuel cell trucks in the future. And around the bubble graph, I've also included a total cost of ownership comparison across the modes. And this analysis was made sometime back in 2019. And you can see the TCO for motorcycles is actually lower for two-wheelers and taxis, but the capex costs are still higher than their diesel models. And for the other models, for the other modes, the TCOs were higher for the electric modes, but the unit costs are coming down with increasing economies of scale very rapidly. But again, you know, capex is usually the barrier, as well as availability of charging infrastructure, as well as range anxiety. Next slide, please. So I wanted to also have to share. So we've seen the GHG impact of the ICE vehicles and the potential for the GHG emissions through mitigation through e-mobility options. And I wanted to also talk about, how has the market been responding? And this is some data from the IEA. So basically, electric car sales have spiked in emerging markets in 2021, as you can see. There are actually quite a diverse range of models currently available for the passenger car and the SUV segment. And on the right-hand side, it shows the sales by region. And in Asia, EV sales more than doubled from 2020 to 2021. Next slide, please. And when we take a step back to look at the global picture, we can see that these numbers in the previous slide makes up about 10% of the global total numbers, right? So the largest market share is contributed by the People's Republic of China, followed by Europe, United States, and the rest of the world at 10%. And on the right-hand side, we can see that the PRC dominates the 2- and 3-wheeler market, followed by Vietnam and Europe and the others. So growth of EV has not been uniform. Next slide, please. But having said that, the global EV ambitions are very high. Now, if we were to look at the nationally determined contributions, about 15% of the first batch of NDCs had some form of EV ambition included. And these could be exemptions of custom duties or EV targets. And in the second revisions of the NDCs, about half of the NDCs included some form of EV ambition. So that's an increase in the awareness and prominence of EV as a lever for decarbonization. And on the right, IEA shared analyses of what EV shares need to look like in a net zero scenario, building up numbers from 2020 in red, 2030 in yellow, and 2050 in green. And as you can see, these are huge leaps. So the question is, how do we translate the ambition into a reality? And in the past year, in many of the countries within our region, they are showing a keen interest in stepping up policies to promote EV deployment, charging infrastructure, and to secure the supply chains through both our sovereign and non-sovereign operations. So, for example, Thailand announced ambitions for 30% of domestic vehicle production to be zero-emission vehicles by 2030, and 100% of new vehicle registrations to be zero emissions by 2035. And in South Asia, as you know, Government of India has launched so far the FAME2, the Production Linked Incentive Scheme, draft battery swapping policy, special electric mobility zone, and much more. So whilst the uptake in EV has been quite uneven, there is now a variety of opportunities for countries to leapfrog carbon-intensive patterns to decouple GDP growth and GHG emissions. Next slide, please. So low-carbon technologies for mobility are evolving rapidly. And I've lined up the modes from left to right in a very rough order of the ease of decarbonization. And on the left, we have the cars, the small boats. Technology is relatively more mature for these modes, but there are still challenges to these, mainly in the higher capex cost, making charging infrastructure available and how to incentivize the uptake of these modes given the higher costs. And for buses, the technology is generally available. And as I mentioned earlier, we're seeing uptake in our regions, for example, in Philippines, Indonesia, and in Singapore, and likely many more to come in the very near future. So the challenges arising are the business models actually for the e-buses. Should operators buy and maintain their own or to lease? And there are pros and cons that needs to be considered. And the hardest to decarbonize are currently the heavy goods vehicle segment, shipping and aviation, and these will take time. And so integrated solutions needs to be sought across with energy considerations. And for example, if e-trucks are deployed, then one needs to consider if charging infrastructure can be provided on intercity routes. And this is usually challenging because they're often off-grid. And in these cases, could there be a place for fuel cell EV, but low carbon hydrogen is needed? And so then, the challenge is to think about low carbon production, whether there's surplus of renewable energy to produce green hydrogen and so on and so forth, right? So it's getting increasingly interconnected.
Thank you,
So,
Pamela. And just a warning that just a few more seconds and need to wrap, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So maybe the next slide, please. I can share the snapshot of how our portfolio has evolved since 1990. So I think the key message here is Even without Paris alignment, Paris Agreement, the portfolio has been shifting towards sustainable transport, as you can see, increasing public transport and urban transport. But going forward with the Paris commitments, we need to adjust the lenses through which we design these projects to accelerate transitions towards net zero pathways. So for example, if zero emission vehicles is the future of mobility, how do we design future roads to embrace this future? Should we make the roads designed with EV charging facilities in mind? And how do we support our client governments in implementing EV incentives and low carbon policy? So as you can imagine, the types of projects will be expected to evolve, no longer just a transport infrastructure, but it must be an enabler of mitigation, climate resilience. So I'll just very quickly wrap up. If you can go through the next slide, please, and if I will just very quickly share. Next slide. Sorry, next slide, please. Yes, okay. So we will be scaling up climate actions through upstream, midstream, and downstream engagement. So overall, I will not go through the details, but as you can see, we need to broaden our engagement. Both public and private sector apply a more systems approach. And clearly, we will need careful coordination, but at the very fundamental level, we need strong country and sector diagnostics that's underpinned by robust data and analyses. Next slide, please. And to do this, on the topic of the data, we launched the Asian Transport Outlook to strengthen knowledge base on transport in Asia and the Pacific region. And this is an open data resource that creates an institutionalized process for transport data, policy information collection, analysis, and documentation. So I've included a link in green at the bottom. Please do visit the website. It's a very interesting database for all our developing member countries. It covers 51 economies, and it's centralized policy instruments in there and various data that can support your project analyses. And on the final slide, and I promise it is the final, we are collaborating with CCG and FCDO to develop tools to support country dialogues on low carbon pathways. And so the whole idea is to develop analytical approaches to support rapid development of low carbon pathways for transport sector, to facilitate the development of future strategies and investment pipeline in line with DMC's climate ambitions. So to round up, I just wanted to share that I would leave with a final statement. There is no definitive pathway, but the choices that we make today will shape the long-term trajectory of our collective climate ambitions. So sorry I ran a little over time, but I do hope that's helpful. Over back to you, Heather. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela. A round of applause here in the room. It's hard to fit so much good information into 10 short minutes. You did a great job, and you really shared so much. So thank you for that. And I think what was really clear, again, as we want to bring out in this session, is the nexus between getting the finance structured well and the challenges of CapEx, OpEx spending, but also the challenges of the nexus between transportation and energy. So thanks for sharing your insights with us, and hopefully we'll have some time for some questions for you. So let's go across the world to Costa Rica, where we have Jairo Quires, again from the University of Costa Rica, who is a PhD in electric mobility from University of Manchester, but currently at University of Costa Rica. He has decades of experience working with multiple multilateral development banks, including the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, the United Nations, and the German Technical Cooperation. So let me not spend too much more time on introduction, so I can pass it all over to you to share some insights with us.
Thank you for the introduction, and hope everybody is doing great. Let me talk a little bit about the experience in Costa Rica, maybe deploying many of the things that Pamela was previously mentioning. So This talk is going to be discussing ideas that we had, how we empowered a local team with the support from colleagues from international colleagues. Particularly, we've been working quite a lot with Professor Mark Howells and his team, and then how different NDBs have been investing into this. And I'm going to be presenting the case of Costa Rica. So I'm Jairo Quiroz. I'm professor at the University of Costa Rica. Most of the experience can also be looked at into this academic article. So let me start with the idea that we had a long time ago, which was decarbonizing the Costa Rican economy. As many of you may know, Costa Rica produces almost 100% of the electricity from renewables. So it's actually 99.5% of total electricity being produced by renewables. Large proportion of that comes from hydropower plants. We've been increasing the share from wind and solar power as well. And we have a quite important proportion from geothermal, provided that Costa Rica is full of volcanoes. So if you come to Costa Rica, you may visit as well volcanoes, which are beautiful, by the way. So we started with that idea, but we had a problem in the transport sector. About 70% of the total energy in Costa Rica is consumed in the transport sector. So that's like our next step towards decarbonization. And that was the vision we had a long time ago. And we started to work with Professor Mark Howells on creating local capacity through a series of workshops, through a series of in Costa Rica and in abroad. We started developing the capacity that today is established in the country. So this could be a really nice pathway for many countries aiming to really create that local and needed capacity. So we participated in different workshops worldwide with colleagues from worldwide as well. We started building this Osmosis Costa Rica model. Osmosis is the open source energy modeling system, which is free and open. Previously, we had a commercial software, and the vision of Costa Rica is to use transparent and free and open source software to inform the policy, the climate policy in the country. So we built this very detailed model of the energy sector in Costa Rica. We started mapping the primary and the demands and everything in between. The model has been growing in time. It started like a little model, and at the moment we started engaging with different stakeholders, because this model was co-created with the Minister of Energy, the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Public Transport, the Minister of Planning. So it was a really stakeholder engagement process in which everybody provided data, which in some cases were not publicly available, but at the moment they saw the value of using open source, free, transparent tools. They really got involved in it. So we actually, the database that was used to build this model is quite unique worldwide, to be honest. Actually, the transport sector is characterized with all different, in Costa Rica, there are about 1.5 million vehicles in total. And we actually have the database of all those vehicles with all the characteristics of those vehicles in the country, because it was provided under confidentiality agreements by the Minister of Finance. So it's a really detailed model that allows us to explore different pathways. We actually co-created business as usual and a net zero scenario by 2050, along with the stakeholders. So we had some workshops with them. We started discussing, okay, is this really doable? What is the target that we could achieve? And more importantly, because we are using open source and quite flexible tools, we could also explore the effects of uncertainty, although I am not going to discuss that today. So we built these scenarios. We built two scenarios, the business as usual and the national decarbonization plan, which is a net zero scenario by 2050, in which, for instance, we included the electrification of the public fleet, the electrification of the private fleet, 85 and 95% respectively. We preserved the 100% renewability of the electricity systems. We also started thinking of model chief, as Pamela was previously mentioned. This is quite important. We have found it quite critical for Costa Rican reaching net zero by 2050. We also have model chief towards active mobility, pedestrians, more people walking, more people using bikes. Although in Costa Rica, it's a little bit difficult because if you come to Costa Rica, you will see a lot of mountains, but it's a good exercise, by the way. We use that model to assess what would be the cost and the benefits associated with the decarbonization pathways. This was a project that we did with the Inter-American Development Bank. And we found actually that decarbonizing the transport sector in Costa Rica will bring about $20 billion of net benefits by 2050, split it into different time slices, as you will see there. As you will see here, in the short term, let's say by 2030, we found that Costa Rica needs some investments to really enable and facilitate the long-term benefits of decarbonizing, reducing emissions, congestion, increasing productivity, reducing accidents. Costa Rica spends about 3% of the GDP treating people after an accident. So it's a huge potential to reduce the number of vehicles on the street, thus the number of accidents. And we actually found that it's quite beneficial for the country to really start decarbonizing the economy. Last but not least, this has been published in many reports, some of those from the World Bank, in which we actually presented the whole strategy. We also have a report from the IDB, and clearly we have the National Decarbonization Plan, which is published and submitted as our long-term strategy with a net zero vision by 2050. And thank you very much. I hope I stick to my 10 minutes.
Thank you, Jairo. Not only did you stick to your 10 minutes, you were under your 10 minutes, so bravo. I always find it so wonderful to moderate these sessions because I learn so much, and it's great to hear that Costa Rica continues to be a leader, not only with producing renewable energy, but also providing data and tools that are open source for others to use. It's really an incredible asset for the world. And taking note of the economic development opportunity there, $20.5 billion for a small country. It just goes to show how much opportunity there really is in the rest of the world in total to move to more clean technologies. I also took note of your challenge with hills, but that's the beauty of e-bikes, right? E-bikes can go up those hills despite the hot weather. I'm from San Francisco, and I know e-bikes have been a great solution in our hilly city. So another great advantage for e-mobility. So thanks so much for sharing your examples from Costa Rica. So let's go back around the world to another place, to Germany. And I want to turn to Angela Zwicky. I was in communication with by email yesterday, and I know she was busy all day with a very exciting launch of a new tool there for KfW, which she is here to share with us. Very exciting on establishing a new tool for calculating project-related greenhouse gas emissions in transportation. And we know that as banks are moving to greenhouse gas reductions, they really want to understand what they're contributing to. So Angelica has more than 30 years of working in the transportation sector, starting with rail, but moving from rail to all of the other modes of transportation. She's covered it all and has worked in more than 35 countries around the world. So a ton of experience, and currently is advising the German government and KfW portfolio managers in this topic. So over to you, Angelica, to share your exciting news on your new tool with us.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Over to you.
Great. I can't see whether you put my slides on, but I want to talk about climate impact quantified. And on the second page, there's a brief overview. What I'm going to talk about, first of all, climate mainstreaming in financial cooperation. And then there are already some good tools around in the market, but why another one? And then I'd like to introduce some main features of our new greenhouse gas emission calculation tool. And last but not least, of course, such tools have chances and challenges. I go very brief to that one. Next slide, please. The KfW has embarked on a real big program, which is called Transform, through all companies of the banking group of KfW. So that's a financial corporation arm, but also the domestic arms and the private arms. So they want to verify and increase the SDG contribution of our financing activities. They want to come close to compatibility with the Paris Agreement, and there's perceived more and more environmental, social, and governance risks, so that is also addressed. But of course, as we are in COP27, I want to talk about Paris Agreement. We have started the climate mainstreaming process. Next slide, please. What we want to achieve: more information and comprehensiveness and documentation on the climate relevance of our projects, and the systematic application of risk assessments in the local circumstances we are working on. And of course, a standardized greenhouse gas accounting aligned with international standards. And by that, more impact, more Rio markers. So we want to shift our portfolio that it's really climate relevant for adaptation and as well mitigation impacts. And more efficiency, because simpler handling of highly complex cross-sectoral topics challenges us, and there we want to get more transparency of climate topics. Next slide, please. We got better, as you can see in the figures, from 2010 to 2020, we almost doubled our climate relevant portfolio, and this trend is continuing. How we did it? By sector information containing specific sector risks for all sectors: energy, water, agriculture, biodiversity. Then these greenhouse gas accounting tools. We introduced also climate risk insurance products for all sectors, and of course internal improvements via apps, etc. How does this translate into the transport sector? Next slide, please. In transport sector from 2017 to 2021, we spent almost 2.2 billion for climate mitigation projects in the transport and 400 million for adaptation projects. Mitigation is almost entirely in urban environment. The adaptation projects are more in rural development projects where transport components are included. We are not on top of all. The overall is 3.9 billion. But there are also policy-based landing projects which did not get a Rio marker. So that does not mean that there are not climate components incorporated. Coming from the general to the more specific, why we need a climate emission calculation tool. Could you go to the next slide and the next one? Okay, we started with definition of requirements. What do we really need? I want some most relevant requirements are given in this table. I want to pick 3 of them. project types. Of course, we wanted to, our entire portfolio represented, starting with rail projects, with road projects, with BRT, with non-motorized projects. So all project types needed to be incorporated. We wanted to have it ex ante because already in the planning state and ex post, and it should have a time horizon of 20, 25, 30 years variable depending on investments made. As a second step, next slide, we did a big benchmarking exercise with existing tools, because if there is something on the market which fulfills our requirements, we don't need to establish a new one. And we benchmarked 14 tools, 15 guidelines, and matched them with the requirements and decided. And then third step, please, next slide. We were in consultation with some partner banks like AFD or World Bank, and also with the International Development Finance Club. Next slide. Finally, we decided to establish our tool, and we had with EFOI a competent partner. EFOI was founded in 1978 as independent non-profit environmental research institute. Some of you might know them also because they developed also the Mobilize Your City tool. And EFOI accompanied us through the entire process. Next slide. Release, here are we now. Heather mentioned it yesterday. We had a big in-house release of this tool and acquainted our staff with the specific features. So that's really brand new information. And what will come in the future, of course, updates, and we planned already extensions. Air quality is presently something which drives us, and as we know, many cities in the world. Next slide. The GHG accounting principle methods in financial cooperation. For the sake of time, I don't want to go into the details. For those who are interested, there is a brochure on our website, Materials and Development Financing, Greenhouse Gas Accounting Methodology. And please contact me for any questions. Next slide. Just wanted to state that, of course, the tool is compliant with the PCAF guidelines, with our own general guidelines, and with the ETHO methodology. Other international methods like the Greenhouse Gas Protocol are already included in above mentioned 3 documents. Next slide. So what we are doing, the scope of emissions applied in the tool, we have infrastructure, we have vehicles, we have energy, and we have the usage. So that means we can well to tank, tank to wheel, well to wheel, and also life cycle analysis. But the life cycle analysis, it's not a life cycle analysis tool, because this would be by far too complicated. So we concentrate in each project type on the most important emission factors. And we covered all 3 scopes, which is also beyond what is required by guidelines. But in the transport sector, it's absolutely necessary to incorporate also scope 3. Next slide. This one appears to be familiar for many of you. Of course, we follow the avoid, shift, improve approach, which means GHG emissions are calculated by transport demand, the specific energy consumption, transport demand, for instance, in vehicle kilometer, passenger kilometers, energy consumption, and the specific greenhouse gas emission factor of the energy consumed. And for the construction phase, we use optimized construction methods and materials. There's some saving potential. So, next slide. The structure of the tool, main features. The tool allows a quick check when the data availability is rather limited. And there we work with a lot of defaults. We have 50,000 default numbers for various items, starting with cement consumption and going up to batteries. And then there's a possibility to have a detailed approach. That is really when we have detailed data available from feasibility studies, and then you can replace defaults by specific available data. So for each project, emissions calculated for construction and operation, and the savings are the comparison between business as usual and the with project case.
Just a minute to wrap, and just
yes,
one more minute to wrap,
please.
please.
Hurry up.
Okay.
And for the allocation, of course, we use only the share of KfW net emissions according to the share what we really finance within a project. So the calculation approach, next slide, we leave that. That's for those who want to have more details, what input data goes in. Next slide. And now we come to chances and challenges. And that's the last one I want to inform you about. The chances, of course, are that we have a comparability of results across the entire KfW portfolio. It's easy to use and adaptable to data availability in the specific local context. It's dynamic. It considers envisaged developments in the sector, and double accounting is avoided. But of course, there are challenges with those tools. Everybody who used to use them knows that. The determination of the scenarios is of utmost importance because we look there in the future, and especially the business as usual scenario is very difficult to determine. So there are so many default data, so updating and enhancing them and using also defaults from in a specific local context is important. And policy-based programs are not yet incorporated. So I hope I gave you quite a insight into what we are using in future in all our transport projects, and happy to get questions, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Angelica. That was fascinating. It's really incredible to see all the detailed thinking that has gone into that. I think one of the things that I was really impressed with is that you're not only looking at mitigation, but also avoided GHG. So often, especially in the transportation sector, we're just looking at mitigation. And, you know, when we're talking about avoid, shift, and improve, avoid especially, which I think is our biggest challenge and our biggest ambition, it's often those avoided emissions that are so important and so challenging to calculate. So wonderful to see that that's really core to the model, and hopefully we can come back to you with some more questions. So now let me turn to Naomi Tan, who is a PhD student at Loughborough University and a research assistant Imperial College London, working with CCG. And her focus is on looking at pipelines of raw data and translating that into energy modeling that can support policy and finance decisions. And we know that data is at the core of everything we hope to do. So looking forward to hearing your insights on this topic. Over to you. And we can't hear you. I think maybe an unmute is necessary.
Sorry.
There we go.
Thanks for that introduction, Heather, and it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm Naomi, a PhD student at Loughborough University and research assistant at Imperial College London, working for the Climate Compatible Growth Programme, which is funded by the UK Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. Today, I'll be talking about our 2022 Transport Starter Data Kits and how they can be used in a tool called MADE, which I will explain in more detail in my slides. So, like I said, I'll go through the Transport Starter Data Kits. I will go through the tool called Model for Analysis of Energy Demand, and MADE for short. This was developed by the International Agency of Atomic Energy. And lastly, I will show some example outputs. So, first of all, energy and transport modeling analysis, examining the potential energy pathways for decarbonization planning is vital for policymaking. But where do we start? So this is where the CCG Transport Starter Data Kits come in. The CCG Transport Starter Data Kits are in collaboration with the SLOCAT Partnership on Sustainable Low Carbon Transport and are a set of data and data notes with simple models on transport for 60 different countries. So these countries are highlighted on the map on the right of this screen. So the countries in red represent countries which we have the first version of the data set for. The countries in blue represent the countries whose data sets are currently being developed. So overall, there will be 60 different data sets for these 60 different countries, and they will all be published by March 2023 next year. Going into more detail about the data kits, they will include population. So this includes population growth and urban population, GDP, including GDP growth and GDP share by sector, passengers distance by mode, tons distance by mode, vehicle fleet number, energy intensity, and load factors. So this is what we aim to cover in our Transport Starter Data Kits. And all of these data sets can be found on the CCG webpage. You can also write down CCG Starter Data Kits on Google, and it should be the first thing that shows up. So over here, we have energy and transport data set. So the energy data sets were what we did last year, and this year we're focusing on transport. The transport data set can be found in the right-hand columns of the page. So as previously mentioned, we have first versions of 25 countries, and the others will be published on a rolling basis, and all will be available by March 2023 next year. So yes, here we can see them. Here, yeah. The box shows where they are, so it's on the right-hand side of all the columns. Next, I'll go through Model for Analysis of Energy Demand, which can be called MADE. That's the short name for it. So the Transport Starter Data Kits can be fed into MADE. So this was developed by the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, and this is a free tool that projects future energy demand. So you can read out more about this on their webpage. And here I have the link to the manual. The tool projects future energy demand by pairing transport data, so transport from our starter data kits, with population growth and GDP growth of a region. So the tool is free and open, user interactive, which supports transparency and credibility in climate policy making. Like I said, you can read more about the tool and how it works on the IAEA webpage. So I don't have that much time. And you can also learn how to use the tool, download and use the tool through the CCG online course for MADE. So this includes lectures, quizzes, hands-on exercises, which is freely accessible on the Open Learn Create website. You can also Google CCG and MADE, and it should be the first thing that comes up. So this is a quick screenshot of what MADE looks like when you have it on your screen. You can see that you can add in various transport data like modal split, energy intensities, load factors, and from this, energy outputs such as freight transportation, energy demand of intercity passenger transport, energy demand of urban transport by mode, fuel, and fuel group are produced. Final energy demand can also be forecasted by fuel group, and subsector. So I'll quickly go through the example outputs before I finish my 5-minute presentation. So here's an example output based on available data online. So this is a business as usual internal combustion engine scenario. So we can see that based on available data, that road freight is expected to be the dominant mode. This demand was calculated as a function of the GDP contribution from the subsectors of agriculture, construction, mining, manufacturing, service, and energy. And yeah, this is an example output of what you can get from MADE. Obviously, you can create different scenarios based on what you want to look into. So this could be, say, a net zero EV uptake by 2050, or a shift into public transport, so an increase in buses and rail transportation. So here's another example output, same scenario, but this time we're looking at energy demand of intercity passenger transportation by mode. So we can see that aviation here is the big one, and road is taking second place. And moving on, this is the same scenario, but a different output. So this is energy demand of urban transport by mode. And last but not least, this is the final energy demand in the transportation sector by fuel. So this total demand for transport is calculated separately for freight and passengers according to macroeconomic and lifestyle factors. And that is it. Hopefully I've stayed within my 5-minute time limit. And last but not least, if you would like to get involved, please feel free to email me at m.tan@elborough@ac.uk or connect with me on LinkedIn. Like I said, we only have 25 data sets now, but we aim to increase that to 60. But if there is a country that I have not shaded in the map over here, please reach out. And we'd very much like to collaborate. CCG, we're very open to working with each other and collaborating on energy data, transport data, and energy modeling. So thank you, and I'll hand the mic back to Heather.
Thank you, Naomi. That was great. Very exciting. By March next year, 60 countries. That's so ambitious. And it's amazing how just basic information about modal split, which is what we're all trying to achieve, is a more beneficial modal split in all of our urban centers. So often that very basic information is missing. So it's wonderful to know that we'll be able to get our hands on that for 60 countries very soon. Thank you so much. Well, let me now turn to my other side. Rather than looking at the big screen to my left, I can look at a human being here in the room to my right. Daniel Bongart, a good friend for many years, head of transport at GIZ, and you're here today to tell us about a new initiative, the Transport Data Commons. And Daniel has been working with GIZ for many years. He's currently at the head office in Bonn, but spent more than 5 years at the operations in China. So lots of experience in the field as well. But tell us about this new initiative.
Thank you, Heather, and thank you to CCG for the invitation. I'm with GIZ, as you said, but I'm not here on behalf of GIZ, but on behalf of a joint initiative, which is called Transport Data Commons, and it includes quite a number of organizations, and some of them you already have seen on the screen today. So I would like to briefly let you know what we have been coming together to and why we would like to work on more better accessible data. So if the slides could be set up, so I would start, and I am able to navigate myself through the slides. I don't have to say one. So this is Lord Kelvin, and I love to start with this slide because he said a long time ago already, if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. This measurement that what we have heard today and what many partners are working on to really get good data about. This is at the key of all of our initiatives that we are working at. And we need to prove that those initiatives that we are starting and the climate actions that we are putting on the road, that they are really effective and have an impact in the end. Why are we involved as GIZ? We are the German Development Corporation, and we work with developing countries. We support countries in developing their climate strategies, their NDCs, specific mitigation actions. Later today we have another session on how to access finance. But wherever we go, we see, okay, the data situation in our partner countries is sometimes challenging. And there's a big demand from colleagues to support them in improving the data situation. And why this is so relevant? It's so relevant because the projections, if you look here at the ITF business as usual scenario, is set that the bulk of the emission increases in future will come from developing countries. So there's a rapid development, there's a huge growth, and so this growth really needs to be tackled in a way. And if we don't know and understand how the growth is going on, that will be a challenge. But, and I have to say, at GIZ we do the same mistake. Our data that we are collecting and putting together with the partners, it's often only published in PDFs. We upload it on our website, so it's downloaded, and then maybe we have to find some students that extract the data back from the PDFs into databases and so on. This is on some urban studies, it's sometimes on national level studies, sometimes on global level studies. So at least we at GIZ, we do not have a publicly accessible database where we can publish over a long time what we are doing together with our partners. And even within the partner countries, the data is often scattered in different publications or databases, or even not published at all. So when we were talking about this challenge, we see that others might have the same challenges. So there are some consultancies, like the ones who have developed KfW's emission tool. They say, if I would have a publicly accessible database, that would really save me 3 months of work here. This is one of the quotes from the interviews. Others, like project managers, may need data for setting up projects. The countries themselves, they say, we need to somehow keep track of what's going on. Researchers want to further develop the data, so there's an interest from various sides on better data and better managed data. So this is why we facilitated a meeting in Leipzig at the sidelines of the ITF, the International Transport Forum, and said, why don't, if we are all here around in Leipzig, why don't we sit together for a day and discuss about this challenge and what can go on? I think your colleague Tyler has been around for this as well, so that it has been fabulous and it was a lot of fun as well, as you see here on the pictures. So the main outcome was to say, okay, we need something like a transport data commons, and to have a place where not just one organization is uploading or publishing or giving access to the data, but it's rather more a common effort. And this is also useful because so we often work in project cycles. So we are commissioned and then we work with one country, but so then after a while this cooperation is ending, and then it's very difficult to continue operating databases and continuing this effort. And for each of us on our own, it's maybe not worth investing into this, but if we join forces and we benefit from the data of others, then it might be not so costly, but at the same time more effective. So I think it's really one of the aspects where cooperation is much better than competition. So we started this and said, okay, we gave ourselves 1 year. Let's develop this until spring 2023. And so after this co-creation workshop in Leipzig, we are now working in sprints. And so basically 2 things. First is how to find an institutional arrangement and how to get those on board who might be able to finance something like this in the longer term. And on the other hand, create something like a prototype and demonstrate the usefulness of such a tool, and also get others involved to discuss together with them how to do that. So this is a logo cloud where you see quite a number of organizations are in. I'm very happy that CCG is part of it as well. And so that the transport data kits that we just heard, so they also think this is beneficial and can be something that is quite useful for them. And so in the midterm, we really would like to find a way on how to operate a data sharing platform. So what we are looking for is colleagues and people who would like to contribute in kind. Whether it's staff time, whether it's server infrastructure or some data sets that they say this is quite useful to work with. So data provision, I think, is one of the key questions. So, of course, we have been hearing from, for example, from development banks that the access to data can be also sometimes tricky. So is it confidential data? Is it possible to publish? I think if you're on a very small scale, that's easy, but it's not as easy because it might be privacy issues included or confidentiality of companies. But when it's more on a broader level, national scale data or city level data, it would be much easier. Of course, there would need to be some core funding. So if anybody's in the room with a big pocket of money, please come to me afterwards. And so then we envisage, because we think this is not very likely that the rich man will be or woman will be in the room, so we consider a multi-donor approach because we can understand if one donor might step back for a while because they changed their priorities, but others can step in, so that would be much more sustainable. This is a draft mock-up. Which has been set in one of the workshops, so we would like to make it very easily accessible. And I end with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. And yes, I know my colleague Taylor was in the room at that very stimulating discussion at ITF. I think everybody at ITF last year was talking about how fun the data session was. Like, how often do you hear that the data session was the most fun session? But clearly, there are a lot of folks around the world that are hungry for more data, and it's wonderful that GIZ is taking this upon themselves to create a platform for it. You touched upon, so many opportunities to bring together open data, available data, and something that we need to focus on, but also the challenge that a lot of the data is privately owned. And I know that's something that our team often is challenged with when we know people are holding phones and are riding on shared vehicles with companies of various sorts, and it's such important data that more companies should feel the duty to share. Hopefully with our overall challenge of climate change, more companies will feel more altruistic and do that. So let me turn next to another online with us, a good friend, Atiq Ahmad, who is the lead global transport specialist at the Islamic Development Bank, who will talk about the bank's efforts also to be Paris aligned. And for those of you that are less familiar with the Islamic Development Bank, maybe other than the World Bank, I think it probably has the most members with 57 member countries around the world. So a huge organization. And Atiq has more than 30 years of professional experience working in the economic and social infrastructure development sector with a specialty on portfolio management. So Atiq, let me turn it over to you to share your insights with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, inviting me. It is great pleasure again to be with the colleagues. So we have heard a lot about technology, measurements, and modeling. So let me now share with you how the bank is developing, going through the process. Right from inception, the environment has been the focus of the bank. And at various stages, under various development agreement and commitment, the bank was able to continue developing our efforts towards managing environment and climate change. So what I will present you today is the progress that the bank is making towards a climate action plan, and how to align all the activities of the bank through Paris Agreement. So the bank has the objective to ensure that the bank activities support the core objective of the Paris Agreement and on climate change mitigation, adaptation, and finance flow in order to support the country-driven processes which are established to achieve the Paris alignment. So the climate action plan targets that the operations that the bank does not undermine the Paris Agreement, but rather contribute to the required transformation, catalyze the countries to transform into low-emission climate-resilient pathway, and support the short and long-term processes under the Paris Agreement. And also to support the proactively the evidence as well as the opportunities to address these needs of the country. So I will share my slides now and quickly go through it. It may take a while. I don't know, I am unable to actually share the screen. Can you see this, please?
We're getting there in just a moment. Here we go. Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, the bank key element of aligning the operations is based on the MDB approach to the Paris Agreement, which is built on 6 building blocks shown here. And I will just quickly go through the progress so far made by the bank towards these. Under building block 1 and building block 2, alignment with the mitigation goals and adaptation and climate resilience operations, the bank is using developing some tools to measure the greenhouse gas accounting system. This is underway, and it will be finalized by 2022. It will be having 2 outputs, which will be a guideline for the IDB greenhouse accounting system and a staff handbook for implementing the greenhouse gas accounting system and a sector-specific project level greenhouse accounting tools and methodologies, which will help the banks to really account for what the impact our efforts are really making towards Paris alignment. The second tool is the physical climate risk management system, and this will really provide the physical support for managing the climate actions. So bank is using this screening decision matrix and also the climate risk mitigation matrix for the BB1 and BB2 building blocks. Let me share with you that now the bank, all the operations that bank considers, these tools are used, and the project are screened and relative rating are given, and also the climate is mainstream in the project implementation. The third thing that the bank is doing towards BB1 and BB2 is to building the internal capacities and mainstreaming the climate change action within the bank. As you know, to some of the people, this may be really challenging to really implement these actions. So the bank has a comprehensive program here in next 2 years to build the internal capacity and enhance the accountability and mainstreaming about the climate change. In the area of accelerated contribution to transition to climate financing, bank is actually trying to increase the climate financing through private sector and resource mobilization through market-based instruments, and also doing the blending of the financing, whereas the capital market is also taken care into our planning. And available consensual financing that we have, we blend all these things to and walking towards the just transition perspective of the climate change alignment. Bank has a special instrument which we are promoting to, which is green Islamic financing, and we are collaborating with UNDP in Togo for leveraging Islamic finance to improve the green opportunities and strengthening the resilience of micro, small, and medium enterprises in the rural area of Togo. And at the other end, we are working with the UNEP-FI in the development of the guidelines for accelerating the climate-related financing in Islamic banking for policymakers and financial institutions. So these two instruments are really going to support the increasing the green Islamic financing for climate change. Bank is also accelerating the mobilization of climate change financing resources, and bank is engaged with and closely discussing with the Green Climate Fund, seeking bank accreditation and initial collaboration to become the delivery partner. So this is underway. On the other hand, the Climate Fund for that IDB has collaborated with include German International Climate Initiative, NDC Partnership, Climate Action Enhancement Package, accounting to the long-term strategy and systematic observation of financing facilities, and other with some other UN partners. On the building block for and strategy, engagement, and policy, bank has made substantial progress under the CCG program, providing support to member countries for climate financing initiative. Benin, Nigeria, Uganda, and Maldives are under consideration for this technical assistance. I will skip some of the detail and to go to the next one, which is providing the grant to NDCP to Palestine to develop the gender responsive NDC implementation plan for 6 sectors. So these some of the strategies that the bank is using. They include the transparency framework, which is based on 3 principles: purpose, key principle is approach, and joint reporting principles. And this is helping bank to really improve upon the reporting mechanism within the bank. Bank is also contributing to the case studies and the best practices of the MDB for disclosure, and also working almost all of you to improve and align our future activities with this. Finally, the last important element is alignment of the internal activities of the bank. So bank has initiated activities along the building alignment, building operation alignment, such as heating, electricity, waste protection, etc. And on the staff mobility, on keeping the fleet clean with clean fuel, and staff movement on cleaner transportation mode. The procurement of goods and works and services, they are supporting these initiative internally to have the required elements available to. The treasury is also providing capital retained earning and borrowed funds for improving the situation. And we are also taking the help of the pension funds for support, and the governance structure is also improved. So bank has actually doing quite good in this aspect. We are measuring and on the reporting, procurement and engagement of staff, and we are working in setting target for travel EMS environment certifications, and working with the pension fund and treasury. So the progress on BB6 is the climate change has been successfully mainstream, and bank has almost developed the sector policies to align their strategies with the climate change and alignment with the Paris alignment. So agriculture, rural development, water and sanitation, urban transport, energy and health, and others have already these strategies and policies developed, and they are under implementation. So, and as I said, internally, the bank is making effort to ensure that all the internal activities of the banks are aligned to the Paris Agreement. I think. So the bank roadmap for the alignment of financing flow with the parent agreement includes, we started very focused on in 2021, and we want to be fully aligned on all our solvent operation by end of 2023. Thank you very much for your support and patience. This was what I wanted to share from the IDB side. Over to you, Heather.
Thank you, Atik, for sharing all the efforts of the Islamic Development Bank and also some examples of the work that you're doing with your projects in country. I couldn't help but notice the huge variety of projects and places that you're working in, which I'm sure is quite a challenge for you all, but it's great to hear your efforts for mainstreaming. So we have just a few minutes left, and I think just enough minutes for the last presentation, so I'm not sure that we'll get to Q&A. But last but not least, let me turn to Alexander Prodon to join us from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, one of the newer banks in the group. And Alexander is a Senior Strategy and Policy Officer for Transport and Connectivity at AIB. And he is going to tell us about the bank's efforts to align with the Paris Agreement, which is his responsibility at the bank. Prior to joining the bank, he served as a consultant in the transportation sector with experience with more than 24 countries. And so let me turn it over to you, Alexander.
Thank you very much. I apologize in advance for my audio. This is the best I could do. I'm on the road at the moment. We've heard a lot of interesting presentations today. We heard a lot about data. We heard a lot about other banks' efforts to align themselves with the Paris Agreement. So let me just take a step back, give you a 1-minute overview about who we are, as some of you may not know who we are. So I'll show you two intro slides in 1 minute, and then I'll let your eyes rest and tell you the story about what we're doing, how we came to where we are today as far as the Paris alignment is going. So who is AIIB? I'm assuming you can see the slides. Please let me know if you can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So we're a relatively new multilateral development bank. We were established in 2016. We're up to 100 members. We're AAA rated by the top rating agencies. We have at this point over 100 projects that we've completed, and the number keeps growing every year. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to focus our efforts in a number of sectors, and when we do project financing. So unlike some of the other MTPs, we do not do technical assistance, although we have some facilities that we have access to do technical assistance. We mainly focus on project financing in four key areas. With that, let me tell you a little bit about the story about how we came to where we are today in Paris alignment. So there's no more slides. You can let your eyes rest a little bit. So we are, our president committed to aligning the bank with the Paris alignment goals by 1st of July 2023. He made the announcement last year in October. The next day, some of my investment operations colleagues came to us and asked us, okay, so what does this mean for us? If you're putting in projects into the pipeline today, that means that there's a good chance that they might not be ready to be approved before this deadline. So what that means is that that we need to start figuring this out now, and we need to start figuring this out quickly. One of the goals that the bank has is a 50% share of climate financing by 2025. So this Paris alignment commitment feeds into that as well. This Paris alignment commitment is very much for both direct and indirect lending, so having taken this, having all of this information, we sat down, we started thinking about how we can develop this methodology. One of the things that we decided to do is try, on one hand, do an approach where we do the research, try to figure out what the current main best practices are for all the components of Paris alignment. At the same time, we have our investment operations colleagues. So we decided to take the projects that they have in the pipeline and apply the methodology that we have at any given time to those projects. So as we develop the methodology, we use it to help develop projects. So we're also using the MDB joint framework that you saw in the last presentation. And so I'm not going to go over that, but the methodology does have a list of positive projects and negative projects, so projects that are aligned automatically, projects that are not aligned at all, as well as projects in the middle which require further investigation. So we decided to, obviously the next step would be to look at these projects in the middle and try to identify for these projects in the middle what we need to make them aligned. So we're doing this for all the sectors that we're working in. We did a review of our portfolio, and we found that 72% of our direct lending projects are actually in the positive list, so that makes things relatively simple. If we focus specifically on the transport sector, however, one of the big questions that we have is the roads projects. We have quite a few roads projects. It just so happened that these were relatively easy to get into as the bank was ramping up its operations. So they make up a very significant percentage of our portfolio. So early consideration, of the Paris Agreement is very critical for such projects to see whether or not these projects can be eventually aligned or not. Because if our investment operations colleagues, they don't want to be spending months and months and months preparing a project just to find out that the project is not Paris aligned. So with that, we identify the subsectors within transport, if we're focusing specifically on transport, and we actually did this for all sectors. But for transport, we identify the subsectors that require a lot of this further investigation and really a detailed methodology. So this is we identified those in our context to be roads, airports, and logistics. These require quite a bit of analysis, and you need to know quite a bit about the project, what it encompasses and whatnot. While I'm not going to get into the detailed methodology today, I do want to say that it's a multi-layered methodology. And the idea is to have a decision tree that as you go through the project development process, to let you determine and answer questions whether or not the project is Paris aligned or not. And overall, I guess the main questions that we're answering, let's say for most projects, is whether or not this project is aligned with government policies, whether or not for example, for roads, whether or not it involves capacity expansion, if there are alternatives available, what the fleet composition is like. And one of the things that we found, as you've heard today about data, obviously in developing countries, data can often be challenging to obtain. So one of the things that we're trying to do with this methodology development is to make sure that there is enough data that we can find reasonably easily to be able to conduct our methodological assessment. So this is this methodology, this part of the methodology development that I mentioned covers BB1, which is mitigation, building block 1. There's also building block 2, which is adaptation, and a part of our climate team is also working on that, trying to develop adaptation techniques for existing projects. Okay, so just for the sake of time, let me try to sum this up. So one thing that we also found is we've been discussing our approach with other MDB's approaches. We've given the framework, the common MDB framework, these approaches are quite similar, but not always the same. One thing that we found is that over time, we will need to figure out how to align our approach with other MDBs approaches, given that we do quite a bit of co-financing, given that MDBs often do quite a bit of co-financing. So how do we do this Paris alignment methodology assessment, given that we might have multiple methodologies that we need to look at by multiple MDBs? So this is something that's an open question that we need to think about as we finish developing it, the methodology, and as we start using it. So as we've had projects go through the PA methodology, we're using case studies to identify what some issues are. We're also building internal capacity. And as we finish the methodology, so far we're on track to finish by July 1st of next year. And as we finish it, I think this is not going to be the end of it, but rather a start. There will be a need to relook at it, and potentially as more information becomes available, as more data becomes available. And it will be interesting to see where this all goes. And it's a very exciting time to be working in this space. With that, thank you very much. I hope I'm not over my time limit, and over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was great. And it is great to hear more about AIIB. I think, again, being one of the newer banks, there's less information out there about your operations, so it's great to hear a little bit more about what you're doing to align with the Paris Agreement. And it's also great that you brought up the importance of road projects. I know road projects are such a big part of most banks' portfolios, and the results can be quite mixed. So we need to make sure those road projects are on the right track, and great to know that you're looking at that. So I think we're out of time, unfortunately, for Q&A. I know there were a lot of participants in this group, so I was a little worried that that might happen, but we got a lot of great information, both on the practices of the banks, new tools, research, and data that's becoming available. So hopefully that was a value to all of those here in the room and all of those listening online. And maybe just to summarize, I think one of my burning questions to ask each of you was, given all of this effort, are we on track to meet the Paris agreements? And I don't think I heard any one of you say that, yes, we're on track. I know that is a challenge, but hopefully we're getting there. And what I did hear is that there's a lot of effort going on to think more about the bank's lending, to think about new tools, not only tools for assessing lending, but also for new projects, policy-based approaches, blending different financial vehicles, and trying to do more with the money that we have to invest in a more sustainable, equitable transportation for climate change. So hopefully we're on the right track, and we can continue to meet in venues like this to exchange information and make sure that we're going in the right direction together. So thank you for all of you that are joining us here in the room, and those of you online. Again, I hope that you learned a lot. And thank you for all of the participants here in the room and online for taking the time to share with us your insights and your recent work on this initiative. So thank you so much, and thank you to CCG and Asian Development Bank for hosting us.
Thank you, Heather, for chairing that session. Please do join us at 4, where we talk about the role of e-mobility in Africa. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to this next session during our Transport Day. This next session is entitled Role of E-Mobility in Africa Towards an Inclusive Low-Carbon Transition. And in this session, 2 exciting reports will be launched. This event has been organized with CCG, Climate Compatible Growth, in collaboration with High Volume Transport, HVT, and Sustainable Mobility for All. CCG is funded by the FCDO, which is the UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, to support investment in sustainable low-carbon development systems to meet development priorities in the Global South.
If you wish to ask a question at all throughout this event, please use Slido. The link is www.slido.com and the code is 2715656. There is a link on YouTube and there are banners around the room for those in person. I would now like to welcome you back to Mark Howells, who will chair this session again for us. Mark is the director of CCG. He is also a principal research fellow at Imperial College London and also a lecturer at Loughborough University. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much, and it's an absolute privilege to be able to open and chair this really exciting and important session focusing on transport and the challenges together with the opportunities in the Global South. The session will be set up in 2 pieces. There'll be the first part, which will launch 2 really interesting reports from Sustainable Mobility for All. We'll move on then to a panel discussion, and we're extremely delighted to have some very important speakers, panelists as well, including Nancy van Dijk, who leads Some for All. I should also just pass on a couple of apologies. Marusha Kodama, CEO of Slowcat, was to be with us but got pulled into something critical with some of the negotiations, and unfortunately Charlene Kawasi. Charlene's online. This is amazing. So Charlene was in hospital yesterday recovering from malaria. So thank you so much for joining us. That is only testament to the amazing personalities that we have represented on our panel. So we have 2 presentations to kick off with. The first one, which will be presented by Jakob Mulligetter, is on electromobility in low-income countries in Africa, with a focus on finance, governance and equity. Details to the report can be found online. Also online, you'll see the information for how to ask a question, and go to slido.com. There's a code there. Just put that in, ask your question, and if we have time, we'll pull that back and get to it. But those questions are important. We will be noting them and taking them forward in some of the partnerships and research that take place. So Jakob Mulligetter is the head of the partnerships component of the Climate Compatible Growth Program. Has a very long list of very impressive titles and achievements, and is a professor at UCL, and it's a privilege to be able to work with you, Jakob. So over to you to present the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think this is going to be our last session before we break for cheese and wine or whatever else is coming. But this is a presentation on e-mobility in low-income countries in Africa, and it's a report that's been put together quite recently with, and people have worked quite hard in putting it together. So essentially, we are in Egypt, and we can all see that it offers us a unique opportunity to respond to some of the deep challenges that Africa faces. Particularly the questions around finance and adaptation have been widely discussed, and it seems to me that a lot of what is being discussed with regards to Africa revolves around these 2 issues. And part of that, of course, is that Africa is disproportionately affected by climate change, and that informs some of that debate. But the paper was developed with the aim to build some previous efforts and to rebalance the debate on electromobility. There was an initial report that was launched last year, and this is really a follow-up to that. And the aim is that it would contribute towards sustainable mobility in the global south, of course covering issues around decarbonization, the opportunities from electromobility in the context of climate finance. The paper itself was based on a review of academic and grey literature, as well as interviews and surveys with key African stakeholders in the transport area. 3 key areas were considered. First is the relevance of e-mobility to African low-income countries. And the second is cost and finance. And the third is fairness and governance. But this particular presentation will focus on finance and the call to action. Just a little bit of context here. I mean, African low-income countries have huge unmet demands and development needs. They have an average of roughly, $668 US in terms of their gross national income per capita. Now compare that with the United States, which runs at around 70,000. So the kind of inequality that's built into the global system is quite stark. And African low-income countries also, this is another statistics, call it horror statistics or whatever, but contribute less than 1% of the global transport emissions. So there is a growing ambition on e-mobility. The transition to e-mobility is, of course, gaining significant momentum, also within African low-income countries. And we have something like 7 countries that are outlining their adoption and promotion of e-mobility as one measure to transform their transport sector in their NDCs. Some of these countries range from South Sudan, Ethiopia, Burundi, etc. In many of these countries, e-mobility is a reality, with several projects being initiated across the continent, largely focusing on 2- and 3-wheeler vehicles, and of course, public transport. The total cost of ownership is something that, of course, drives some of our conversation, that most categories of EVs have a high upfront cost compared to ICE vehicles, largely because of the battery cost. And if you look at the 2- and 3-wheeler, the case for 3-wheeler is quite strong, and the Kenyan case, as it illustrates there, you can see that a comparison between new EVs and new ICE purchase price, of course, is slightly higher for new EVs, but the real gain there is in terms of the annual operating cost, which is significantly lower. And over a 3-year period, the total cost is significantly lower, as you can see. But the economic case for electric passenger cars and medium-sized electric buses and other large capacity buses, such as BRT systems, is still quite weak, as you can see from the slide or the diagram below there. So options, what are the options for African LICs? Of course, on the left-hand side is your business as usual, which has, of course, the big challenges surrounding, questions around climate change, but also even developmental challenges there. And of course, when we're talking about electric vehicles and generally the whole discussion around mobility, our thinking is that it needs to be framed around development and co-benefits rather than climate, if we really are serious about getting some traction. And then on the other hand, on the other end, as you can see, is the rapid transition to e-mobility. So either of these 2 extremes at the moment doesn't offer the possibility for a forward plan. So a phased transition which combines ICE with EVs and other technologies makes sense, and focusing the provision of all public transportation, of course, and electrification of some of those two and three-wheeler market segments is something that we can make a case, a business case towards. Now, so I'll finish up here in terms of the call to action. That is, those of you who are interested, of course, you can pull the report and read about it. There is more substance there. So the first is expanding investment in public transport. I think that is a no-brainer. That ensures accessibility and affordability within low-income countries in Africa. The second is supporting investment in two- and three-wheeler as a first step towards e-mobility. This needs to be supported by local finance, so mobilizing domestic private sector is quite important. The third is, of course, one of the areas which is still not explored to a full extent, is investment in renewable energy sector, with finance from, of course, international and national, public as well as private sector. And then the final two are, unlocking finance for e-mobility by aiming to develop better alignment between high-income countries and low-income countries, ushering in funding institutions, including the development banks, and then finally delivering the financial commitment from the international community. I mean, this is the big elephant in the room, that the pledges, as far as African countries are concerned, the pledges are yet to be met. And as we know, much of the discussion inside the COP revolves around some of these issues of ensuring the international community steps up. This is it. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much indeed, Jakob. And that Sum for All report was developed with a large amount of input from a large number of partners, and a special thanks to those who were involved. Now, we all know that if we were to move to electric vehicles, emissions will go up, unless you also invest in clean energy sources at the same time. And bullet number 3 that Jakob had on his slide was about e-mobility and renewable energy. And in the next report, also from Sum for All, Ben Hartley, who's a principal from SE for All, will talk about synergies needed in infrastructure development to make that happen. So if you could pull Ben's presentation up, please. Or Ben, if you could share your screen and pull your presentation up. You've got 10 minutes to summarize how to fix the world's problems. Ben, over to you. Thank you.
Great. I'm hoping everybody can see. I'm going to, I think I've got the wrong one here, so I'm going to make sure that it's the right one. You stole my line, Mark. That was a very good one. Okay. Very good. Are folks able to see my presentation?
Can you maximize the screen? It's a bit small.
How is this?
It's getting better.
Okay.
Whatever we just did, can we repeat that? There we go. I think let's stop there in case something goes wrong. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I think I can get it a little larger, so we'll do that. But first of all, I just want to say thank you very much. Thanks to those joining. Thanks to CCG for putting this event on, and to Sustainable Mobility for All for its collective effort. My name is Ben Hartley. I'm a principal specialist at Sustainable Energy for All, and I'm really pleased to be able to be presenting on this paper released at COP on, as you say, electromobility and renewable energy, and developing infrastructures for synergies. This is an important issue. I come from SE for All, and we're a member of the Sum for All consortium, and this, I think, is a testament to the importance of collaboration between the two sectors. And I just want to note that I'm presenting this work, but it's a product of collaboration under the Sum for All initiative, and the work of a few important groups. which include the Energy and Mobility Working Group, co-led by HVT, CCG, and SE for All, and the E-Mobility Working Group, co-led by TUMI and UITP. So if I can, oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. This seems to be a bit of an old version, but we'll go with this if that's okay. So I guess this paper is broken up into 3 individual parts. This part that I'm presenting on now is on road transport electrification and renewables and the opportunities for integration. I think, beginning by highlighting the fact that both sectors are major emitters. Transport obviously contributes a significant amount of energy-related CO2 emissions, and the power sector is the same, about 23% and 40%. There are, 730 million people in this world who lack electricity access. In sub-Saharan Africa, only about 28% of people in rural areas have access necessary for basic lighting. And that's just basic lighting. So there are still, persistent and wide energy access gaps. I think one point we try to make in this paper is that e-mobility has to fill these gaps in access rather than widen them. The electrification of transport will create new energy demand for which the power sector cannot, we can't compromise other electricity needs. And even though it's cheaper in the medium and long term, both sectors require substantial investments. But there are important benefits: energy independence, reduction in overall transport energy consumption, emissions reductions, public health, and driving economic development. And I think, one of the important ones is avoiding the lock-in of unsustainable energy and transport infrastructure that will be more costly in the long term. So, what are the challenges? So we focus this paper on low and middle income countries, looking across various types of e-mobility, including 2, 3, 4-wheelers, and freight vehicles. There are some common challenges. The transport sector and its modal share in these types of countries is, in general, and for reasons of low affordability, less car-centric than in high-income countries. But there are also local circumstances: mode shares, cost advantages, affordability, regulations and incentives, and the availability of charging infrastructure. I won't go on and on and on. But I think one important point here is that 2- and 3-wheelers, minibuses, and motorcycles fill the gap where EVs may not be affordable. And you'll be able to see in the paper that we highlight a few sort of important announcements, EV-related announcements of selected countries to develop e-mobility to give a sense of where this is going. One of the points we try to make in this paper is that the opportunity and the challenge lies in developing both sort of hand in hand. And the paper gets into some business model solutions. So captive fleet charging, green public EV charging integration with renewable energy, utilities as integrated renewable energy and EV charging as a service provider for homes and offices, battery swapping, and one that I'm fairly interested in, distributed renewable energy-based mini and microgrids that can power electric vehicles and electric mobility in rural areas. So we get into, the paper gets into those in some detail. I wanted to pull out this to give folks an example of what it is that we look at in terms of this specific business model. So we go through growth rationale, benefits, limitations, suitability in LMICs and recommendations. And so for mini and microgrids, I think it's an energy access solution for communities without adequate grid service. EVs can, in theory, provide a base load to mini or microgrids and potentially help operators, the operators of those mini or microgrids, improve their business cases, depending on local economic circumstances. Benefits beyond lighting include, reduced food loss and waste when coupled with cooling infrastructure, for example. But for this, much depends on economics, financing, servicing, and local ability to pay. But where there is a business case or productive use of energy through access to e-mobility, more or less 2 or 3-wheelers in this circumstance for now, they can help drive the local economic development necessary to sustain a mini grid, which I think is an important point we try to make in this paper. Next, we get into some recommendations for e-mobility and renewable energy integration. We try to break these out by actor. So the first one, first and foremost, is governments to drive renewable energy and EV demand and supply with a clear vision and roadmap towards long-term commitments. I think we can all sort of see the importance of this, but the point that we wanted to drive home here is that integrated planning for both mobility and energy really can help settle some of these long-term issues and help reduce costs in the long run. There's a recommendation for power utilities in terms of adding renewable energy for their own production and supporting solar rooftops and smart charging stations for customers that encourage the use of renewable energy for EV charging, for manufacturers to build affordable and locally suitable electric vehicles that allow for renewable energy integration. And then next, recommendation for operators in terms of establishing scalable business models that really do get at that affordability challenge. Financiers in terms of low-cost financing tied in with operators. How can we deliver the business models that are necessary to really make this work in lower middle income countries where affordability is that big issue? Similarly, for renewable energy developers, grow the renewable energy mix with customers for optimal energy with cost and high network efficiency, and for power exchanges. So I'm going on. I don't want to continue going on, but I do want to just highlight two cases that we include in the report. This is actually the first section, which is on sector modeling to inform long-term strategies for decarbonizing energy and transport experiences from the Latin America region. It highlights the case of Costa Rica and the drive for full transport electrification by 2050 and its intermediate steps. It notes that reaching net zero will require investments that are outweighed by the benefits they'll bring. And it stresses that modeling this well, costing it, gives governments the ability to make policy and fiscal choices now to eliminate the short-run fiscal impact. So you can see there are a few countries, Costa Rica, Peru, Chile, where you can see that the investments are outweighed by the benefits. And I think that's an important point that sort of frames this need for long-term and integrated planning for both sectors. The final section that I will highlight here is synergies between railway electrification and grid expansion. It's the third chapter in the report. It makes the point that railway transport must be central in the decarbonization of the transport sector because of its efficiency, but that, like the affordability challenges for road transport, railway electrification has significant capital cost requirements and is only viable where there's sufficient power supply. So, one of the points we try to make is that the synergies between renewable or between energy and railway sector may help us bypass this sort of chicken and egg problem, because railway electrification of railways can create a new and known demand for electricity, and joint development can optimize investment in both sectors. So I will finish off there. You can visit the Sum for All website to download the paper. Which I believe is linked through here. I just want to finish by thanking CCG, the consultants and researchers who drove this project home, including contributions from University of Costa Rica, University of Birmingham, P Manifold, and last but certainly not least, Stephanie Sohm and Holger Duckman from CCG for really getting this over the line for COP. With that, I will stop sharing and thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you. I'd like to make two quick points before we move on to the discussion with just a brilliant panel. The first is, as Ben mentioned, Costa Rica and the modeling work that had been done in Costa Rica in this space. We've in fact been working with the University of Costa Rica to ensure that there are modeling kits ready to do the same analysis for some 70 countries, and you can download those. They're all free models, free tools, free data. You can download those from the Climate Compatible Growth website. The next point that I wanted to make is it's really interesting, both from Jakob, your presentation, as well as Ben's, the important differentiation between the different groups that are out there, 2-, 3-wheelers, trains, and so on, making very important categories that are perhaps the sorts of things that we might want to prioritize in these settings because of the benefits that they bring for de-risking new renewables investments, as well as the positive economics, which is good. One thing I would like to point to before going to our first panelist, and that is it's often assumed that the electric vehicle revolution, especially in Europe and the West, is all about cars. But if you were to have a look in Germany, it's the fact that there are orders of magnitudes more electric bicycles than cars. And we miss this quite a bit when we're thinking about transferring models across. So I'd like to introduce our panel very quickly. In the room, we have Mohammed Hegazi, who is a road transport sector co-lead and climate champion of the IPCC. Thank you very much for joining us. Jochen Renger, who is the head of the Division of Climate Change, Rural Development and Infrastructure. Again, many thanks, and we can see the importance of linking those together. As I said earlier on, unfortunately, Marusha is not able to, the CEO of Slowcat is not able to join us online. But we have Charlene Kouassi from the Moving On Lab, and thank you so much for taking the time out to join us and be a part of this presentation. It is deeply appreciated. And also online, we've got Mark Major, Slowcat Senior Advisor, replacing Marusha. Very happy to have Nancy van Dijk, the head of Some for All, as well as Francis Romano, MD of Nights and Apps. So I'd like to turn straight over to Joachim, if I may, and a couple of questions that are related. So, and I'm going to read these out because I will mangle my words otherwise. So why and how will pathways for electrification of transport need to differ in low-income countries compared to high-income countries? And what's the role of e-mobility in Africa's future transport sector? What are the biggest opportunities and perhaps threats with the electrification of transport? Joachim.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this question, which is a sort of $100 million question, so to speak. Yeah,
you also only have a couple of minutes to answer it, just like Ben.
Yeah, perfect. I know. First of all, let me thank Jakub and also Ben out there for presenting the reports and the papers here, on e-mobility in the Global South. And they come at a crucial time and at the right time, by the way, reflecting what I have heard over the past days at the COP here, because they dive very deep, into the interconnection of e-mobility and energy. Yeah. So we are having here really a nexus challenge. Yeah, and this is something we really have to go for and tackle. So GIZ through the TUMI initiative is very much excited that we were able to contribute to these exercises and to such meaningful reports that give us a lot of guidance now. What we have heard from both presentations, is from, let's say, my perspective, that the possibilities for a transition to e-mobility depends very much on the country, and countries are not the same, so to speak. So we have the low-income countries, and as to the question, we do have the high-income countries, and it's difficult to compare. However, there are lots of potentials for, let's say, mutual learning and benefit sharing, of course. On the one hand side, and that's my first point, electrification of transport needs big investments. Yeah, we have heard about this. We need a lot of money for infrastructure and the acquisition of vehicles. This especially, and this is a challenge for the low-income countries, because of their financial situation. And many high-income countries, such as Germany, the UK, Norway, and others, they have very much incentivized the acquisition of electric cars, and also the charging infrastructure. And this is also something we cannot see in low-income countries, for the time being at least. Yeah. Also, there can be also incentive systems, and I think we really have to discuss on a very specific country level what might work, yeah, and to see how we can move forward from this. And there is also, the public and the private mobility players often face, as I said, limited economic resources, but it's also the framework conditions that are very much, say, unfavorable. Yeah. Especially the market environment, yeah, and this is also something we have to keep in mind here. A second thing is, that existing infrastructure must function properly to deploy the electric systems, and the state of transport infrastructure and electricity supply, of course, is also something that is critical in low-income countries, as we have heard earlier. And this impacts certainly of the viability of vehicle electrification. And still, let's keep in mind that in sub-Saharan Africa, around 50% of the population still does not have access to reliable electricity. Yeah. And last but not least, it's all about affordability and accessibility to transport infrastructure and services, I would say. We simply need efficient systems in place to ensure mobility for all. So mobility is also subject to a just transition, yeah, which was a very prominent subject here at the COP so far. And we do have the challenge in lots of countries that we do have a public transportation sector, but there is also the informal transportation sector, yeah, which we do not have in the global north, yeah, and this puts also some constraints on, electrification of cars. Just to conclude here in a nutshell, in my view, there is a need for there's a need for a clever combination of, transport formalization, electrification, of course, investment in renewable energy, and also, not to be missed, capacity development. Yeah, this is something I really would like to highlight here. And this, of course, needs to be ensured through, clear policies, capable organizations to manage, to steer, and to cope with the situation. We need solid financing, and of course, the whole challenge is also something for international collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joachim. And thank you for painting that picture. There are a number of things that have to be solved, and there are maybe some important clues there around electrification and creating anchor customers and so on. And as you say, I think this is something that we will only be able to crack working together, and it's an absolute privilege to be able to be allies in taking on this really important challenge. And that allegiance is made possible because of the incredible constellation of sustainable mobility for all, who have a number of important actors and so on that help us think about how to create a really unified, inclusive voice to challenge some of these questions, and sometimes ask some of the more difficult questions. In this case, I'm going to ask some difficult questions, and I'm going to ask those to Nancy, who we're very, very happy to have here. As I introduced a second ago, Nancy van Dijk is the head of Some for All, and there are two questions that I'd like to ask And, please feel free to add as you'd like to important things that you think may have been missed. So, and I'll read these again. What are the key policy actions and enablers to ensure a just transition while scaling electromobility in LMICs, especially in Africa? And what impact, and maybe synergies, does electrification of transport have for the future of electricity supply? So, Nancy, over to you, and as always, it's a privilege.
Thank you, Mark, and very happy to be here. And thank you very much to CCG for HVT and Sustainable Energy for being part of this event and organizing and giving visibility to those two major pieces of work. So let me just, before I answer this question, say why we embarked 3 years ago into this journey of research with CCG and others. We had a sense that there was a lot of discussion on electrical mobility, but very little data and research done on this topic. As a matter of fact, we were facing a lot of advocacy, largely dominated by countries in the global north, but very little evidence and policy guidance for countries like low-income countries as to whether they should embark into transition towards electrical mobility. And what those two papers do really is to ask these very, tough questions. Does it make sense for them to even consider electrifying their mobility? And the two papers assess this debate from two complementary perspectives, both from the climate change perspective and the mitigation and the decarbonization, which is a dominant consideration for countries in the global north, but also, and I think that is missing very much in a lot of the debate, is from a developmental perspective, does it make sense for countries that have very scarce public resources, very tight concessionary financing, to actually embark into these huge investments that are needed for electrifying mobility? And thanks to those two presentations, we had put on the table a number of elements that countries do have to consider before embarking into this direction. And fundamentally, the message of those two papers is that it is critical for those countries to first meet their developmental needs. And that will go first by expanding the provision of public transportation and access to electricity. Many of those countries, low-income countries, do not have access to basic electricity, do not have even public transportation. And if they do, it's largely through an informal, very expensive transit sector. So we need to prioritize public transportation. And with that, city reorganization, better urban planning, transit-oriented development, that should be the priority. And the question is, how about electrification? And which type of vehicle should we electrify? Now, we did quite a bit of work through this paper to look at the economics and the financials of electrifying. And we found out that maybe it makes sense to actually electrify 2- and 3-wheelers. But in most countries, it does not make sense to electrify 4-wheelers and buses, etc. So this is a very important consideration, largely driven by evidence, that we need to really start segmenting the discussion on electrical mobility and look at segments for which it does make sense to electrify from an economic and financial perspective and attract financing for doing so, and segment in which it does not yet make sense. And finally, the third component is, of course, investing in green energy and renewable. And the paper highlights that many of those low-income countries are actually there already, have at least 90 to 95% of their electricity that is already renewable. And in that context, it does make sense to really expand the horizon and see to what extent we should electrify or not mobility.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And a couple of things that I think you bring up, which are absolutely critical, is that in the grand scheme of things, development is absolutely paramount. We have people without access to reliable energy and reliable transport, and yet those are needed to sustain livelihoods. And then the question about how electrification and so on fits in that context is I think, just really important. The other thing that stood out in what you said, for me at least, was the emphasis on evidence. And I think starting this journey, I think putting out these papers and developing these partnerships is really really important, given the kind of impact that we can potentially have. So I'd like to turn to our folk online right now, and the last of the prepared questions, and Francis knows about this, is to Francis Romano of Night Apps. So could you discuss the possible benefits of transport electrification in global South countries to explain why it's worth trying to overcome the challenges that we've just been hearing about? And secondly, what business models are there to enhance e-mobility in Africa, and what policy actions are needed to enable the national value chain creation for local businesses to grow? And maybe you could also say a couple of words about the company that you head up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Thank you, thank you. So my name is Francis Romano, and I am a representative of Knights Energy. We are a renewable company based in East Africa, so we cover the East African region in renewable energy. We are also a technology company in ICT and electric mobility. We think we are one of the pioneers of e-mobility as early as 2015, when we started driving electric vehicles down in Africa. All right. To the topic at hand, how does e-mobility advance or contribute to transport in the African perspective? The first aspect we look at is access to marginalized areas. One of the key issues in access to rural areas is transport. You cannot reach those places. It becomes very possible with electric mobility combined with renewable energy. That's the area we are looking at. Those are the quick wins that are possible. It simply means that if e-mobility if transport is decarbonized, for example, it becomes possible to generate energy at source. And if the transport systems can utilize renewable energy, then renewable energy can already be generated at source. It could be in your house. It could be for a community. It's simply possible to generate energy. This is different from the mainstream energy that we are currently using, that has to go through a different process before it becomes usable for the transport system. So as soon as transport becomes possible, then many other economic activities become possible. We can now do trade, we can have other things that are possible. A common example in the African context is in the agriculture section is post-harvest losses. And a good portion of post-harvest losses is related to transport. And the story can go on and on and on. We're simply saying with e-mobility, it is possible for transport to be generated, energy for transport to be generated at source and consumed there. You ask about business models. There are many. There are business models geared towards the infrastructure side. There are other models that are geared towards the transport side. Then there is the asset acquisition and financing models. All these are possible. And they are possible both for the internal combustion engine scenarios as well as for the e-mobility scenario. But for e-mobility, we're trying out models where it is also possible for people to retail energy for transport. The same way we retail gas, let's say. Battery swapping makes that possible. It is possible for people who sell other things. As you come there with your motorbike, and battery swapping is possible. If you had also a bike there, a stall where I can quickly swap my bike, that person who is doing other business model is also able to retail energy for transport. All these things are possible. So we're looking at a very exciting scenario where the transport industry provides business models to other people who already were not able to do that in the beginning. So leapfrogging into that area. There is also those who want to train people to transfer technology. All this is possible. And then manufacturing becomes even more simpler. For those who are in manufacturing, they're telling us that manufacturing EVs has a lower level of complexity. I'm not saying it's not complex, but they seem to be saying it has a lower level of complexity as opposed to internal combustion engines. Local assembly is almost possible with fewer technical skills as opposed to the complex internal combustion engines. So I leave it there, but the whole story is very exciting.
Thank you very much. We'll just clap for the opening statements and then it'll be a free-flowing conversation. But I think that is a very important point. I was born in South Africa, and one of the things that I quite enjoy is when I see an African country that's doing all of the business model innovation and leapfrogging and so on, and provides a basis for us to learn from. And I think creating platforms for knowledge exchange and so on is going to be incredibly important. So I'd like to turn quickly to Mark Major from Slowcat and ask a question. Slowcat's an important international organization, so it's about partnership. But what do you see as the role of high-income countries in supporting, rather than leading or pushing, the electrification of transport in low and middle-income countries? Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. And and thanks to the UK government and to the Sustainable Mobility for All and its supporters for bringing a focus on the Global South dimension. The Slowcat partnership works towards having impact in the Global South, and the global transport policy discussion is too often biased too much north. Nancy mentioned this. So it's really great to be having research papers and discussion on this topic to rebalance. I think it's really important. I think one of the things that is a real risk is that the high-income countries kind of are driven by more like an industrial policy kind of motivation, rather than really focusing on what local electric mobility needs are. So I think it's really important that we look out for countries that are just supporting their national kind of industry and focus more on what benefits the Africans. So I think this is really important. I think another thing that I think is important is the link with the development of electric mobility in the higher income countries and the whole second-hand vehicle market. This is really crucial. Africa receives a lot of vehicles, for example, from Europe, and I'm really concerned about the impacts. For example, Euro 5, Euro 6 vehicles, I mean, they're stealing catalytic converters in London and in Chicago. So, I mean, these valuable, I just don't see these vehicles being operated optimally in Africa. They have really high technology. They need a really sophisticated dealer network to support them. So I'm really worried about this kind of dimension as well. So these countries have a responsibility to be controlling the exports of these kind of vehicles and managing that. A number of the other things have been mentioned previously about getting the right policies. I mean, Jürgen mentioned this thing about, each country is different in different circumstances. That is completely true. And I think we need to support each country develop their own compelling vision for electric mobility. What is the locally appropriate vision they need? And help them to build local stakeholder support for that vision. There isn't a vision for the whole of Africa. And there's lots of things about different circumstances which mean this to be tailored. So we need to support them develop a national consensus about a national vision. That's important. And I think another thing is kind of donor coordination. There's a lot of interest in this electric mobility topic at the moment, and there's kind of some of these countries can be swamped with different types of demand from different actors. I think donor coordination is important, and I expect that particularly in Africa, I think the EU should take the lead on this, particularly the EIB. They're such a massive part of this, and I think some kind of initiatives to bring this together, bring into the multilateral investors as well as the bilateral agencies, and try and kind of help at the national level streamline this and bring the focus. So those are a couple of things I'd mention. I was very happy that Francis mentioned we've talked a lot about energy, which is great, but I think we really need to embed electric mobility in a broader sustainable development narrative. So this is about health, it's about employment, it's about circular economy, all those training for the new jobs which are going to be necessary to maintain these vehicles, produce them, and operate them. So I think this broader dimension is important, and health as well. You think about the health impacts of freight movements in urban areas, for example, can be really significant. So avoiding these health costs in the future for these countries is another part of the narrative. And linked to that, I missed a little bit in the discussion so far, the freight sector. There's a lot can be done with working with freight operators. If the frameworks are right, they can move really quickly. It can be a source of private investment, and investments in those kind of technologies can help then advance, for example, public transport vehicles as well, similar supply chains, similar charging infrastructure networks. So let's not forget the freight dimension as well as a way to move forward really quickly. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Mark. So I'd like to pick up on a couple of important points there, but move on to Charlene Kouassi from the Moving On Lab. It's Moving On Lab, but it's the African Transport Observatory that I wanted to pick up on. And Charlene, if you wouldn't mind telling us about, what data, what information, what things do we need to be looking at, as well as perhaps reflecting on any other critical points that we need to bring into this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the climate compatible growth and so for all of course to give Moving On this opportunity to contribute to this great discussion. Let me start because you talked about data, and I think that this discussion is also about combining transitions, adopting e-mobility can allow and is allowing African low-income countries to actually address other needs of mobility. And one of the things that we have identified actually is that I would say mortality rates from outdoor pollution in Africa that have increased over the 3 decades as at least 85% of Africa's vehicle fleet is comprised of used vehicle. Ben mentioned it, and a lot of persons have mentioned it also. And so there is an urgent need to address air pollution issues from the existing fleet. And from a vehicle perspective, I would say that electrification is the best way forward. But let's not forget also, secondly, that the low motorization rate that we find in Africa is a great opportunity to leapfrog towards a cleaner fleet, actually, and explore the possible ways to decarbonize and produce multiple type of vehicle, 2-, 3-wheelers, bikes, is something that the continent should focus on, and this has been already mentioned. And it's also important to address a critical point as well, which is energy gaps. I think two of our fellow colleagues mentioned it. As half of the continent does not have access to electricity, I think that electrification must be thought to actually accelerate the transition towards renewable while reaching everyone, and especially the most underserved communities. And this electric mix could benefit from the LIC's potential for renewable resources in the continent. Compared to the global north, I think that that didn't really focus first on this matter, and that could really actually benefit in an African perspective. So we need to invest, of course, massively in renewables, and also to reduce the dependence on oil. especially in this energy crisis that we're all facing. So I think that much effort should be put on regulation and norms, especially applied on the existing fleet, that in fact at the moment there is no emissions or safety mandatory test, and the poor quality of fuel doesn't help as well. In addition to the whole second-hand vehicle fleet, and these have actually is an opportunity to accelerate the adoption of stricter regulations and make electric vehicles more accessible and affordable compared to ICE. And I think there's another point that I would like to mention, and that actually goes well with what Nancy mentioned earlier. But I think that as part of a complete transition, in my opinion, African countries must think of an end-of-life policy for existing cars to allow old vehicles to continue to ride while respecting safety and emission regulations, depending on the category of vehicles. And I think that we should start, and I say we because I'm sort of included in this process as an African myself. I think that we should start with commercial cars or micro mobility modes that are operating paratransit and public transit. Incentivize the car owners also to go through maintenance, reconditioning, or even decarbonation process instead of renewing their car by a new one, for example. And some SMEs have developed processes using biofuel for ICs, for example, or even retrofitting. Sorry about that. In the continent, but countries need to professionalize it, and create an industry to make it sustainable. Such a policy will also avoid overconsumption and allow the automobilists to save money, and above all, democratize and expand car and vehicle ownership, so as access to mobility. And I would just add one more point, as the informal sector is an important part of this maintenance and repairing industry. I think that integrating specific programs to skill, reskill, or upskill mobility professionals and informal workers so that they get certifications and training towards electrification of transport is also a great pathway, and then can follow a mapping or certification system for mechanics so that country can create still recovering, so that country can create regulated value chains for maintenance, material recycling, and decarbonation. And this way, they could also encourage local manufacturing and R&D, for example, towards multi-usage battery and vehicle efficiency. As DRC, for example, have recently launched its research and training center specialized in electric batteries, and private initiatives in Africa are also working on battery efficiency and local production. So this is I would say a good way forwards, and that's it for me. I'm really sorry about this. I hope you could hear me well despite all this cough and breathing issues. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We had our Charlene not to join the talk, but her passion and drive for this subject was matched by her insights. And thank you very much for taking the trouble to join with those important contributions. Now, talking about passion and so on, we have a transport champion sitting with us here. Mohammed, where to next? What should we do? How would you rally us? What are the next steps in addressing this important issue? Do you want to grab a microphone over there and just have a... Thanks so much.
There we go. Well, thank you, and shout out to Charlene. Salamtek, I wish you a quick recovery. To get your question, what are the next steps? I think that now, especially at COP, we're seeing a lot of mobilization happening on the international stage and a lot of operationalization of the concepts that the papers discuss. There's the concept of increasing finance, the business models, the linking of the renewables with the electrification of mobility. And we're seeing some very tangible work on that. In the champions, there are a couple of concepts that I think are valuable and a lot of reports that got published. One of them is the State of Climate Action Report, which has 10 indicators for breakthroughs in transport. And this year, it's the first time that they include an indicator on public transport, acknowledging the need to invest more in public transport services, but it also builds on the 4 indicators related to electrification of vehicles across different vehicle classes, all the way from private cars, but also buses and vans. And we are seeing massive momentum happening there. And a lot of the momentum, especially on finance. Remember, we have Finance Day behind us, Solutions Day, where transport is going to be still for us. But there's another report that came out, which is called the Finance for Climate Action and How to Scale Up Investment in Climate Development. And this one recommended something that will probably be getting a lot of steam soon, which is the creation of country-level investment platforms. We got the first announcement. It was at last year's COP, the one for JETP, the Just Energy Transition Platform for South Africa. And the specifics of it are published now during COP. And this one actually has a lot of money. Like the amount is $8.5 billion. This is a little bit the offer of northern governments through multiple different ways to support like a much bigger investment amount. We're talking about like, I think, I don't have the exact numbers, but these 8.5 are like 2% of what's needed, and the others will come from private sector, from local. Half of investment is going to be domestic. And these are going to go to help South Africa to move from the current coal-based energy production towards renewables. But there's also a transport component that will help invest in public transport. And it has the just energy transition because it also invested in the upskilling and the reskilling of the energy value chain. So where do we need to go? We need to expand that to also go into the transport value chain. We heard a lot about the informal transport, and this dominates service provision. This is personal to me, so a quick fact, it exists all over the world, even in Europe and in the United States. Open BlaBlaCar in Europe and you'll find informal transport to travel between cities. Go to New York and you'll find dollar vans taking you across the Brooklyn Bridge. So it's everywhere, it's just a difference in percentage. But you need to consider the dynamics behind it because ultimately it's a labor market, it's an employment generator. So when you want to transition it, you need to invest in the transition of this employment value chain, and this needs to become part of it, which is what JETP did in the energy sector. We're seeing this replicated. Egypt just announced the Nuafi platform, and also $15 billion of commitments that are part of it, entering into investments in energy, which are clear. They're, I think, going to aim for 5 gigawatt hours of renewable capacity expansion. And there's talk about transport, but it hasn't been really defined yet. And this is where we need to go and define what ought to be happen. A lot of what we're seeing is industrial policy, especially in India, for instance. There is an aim for 50,000 e-buses, and half of the finance is going to come from domestic sources. A big push for 2- and 3-wheelers, especially battery swap technology, which is really interesting because the problem with electrification of transport is you need to charge overnight, but the renewables, especially solar, works during the day. So battery swapping helps you charge during the day and yet have the energy. So it's really about how can we leverage what's happening on the international stage, these country-level platforms, how can we involve finance in the language that finance understands, de-risking to enable assets to move from the global north to the emerging markets, low-income markets, de-risk them because the case is there, and link it with our work, especially as we get to the very day-to-day implementation level.
Mohammed, thank you. So we have time for 30 seconds from each of our speakers and panelists, and I would like folk to just pull out the key message that we need to take forward. We will be making notes, and the session's being recorded and so on, and this really helps us to drive that research and information agenda forward. So I'd like to ask our four people online, our four panelists online to go first. So perhaps in this order: Mark, Nancy, Francis, and then Charlene.
Thanks, Mark. So, yeah, lots of aspects have been touched on today, but I think the real way to move forward is that we really need to support this convening of national stakeholders to build consensus around the national vision for electric mobility. We need the people from the demand side, the supply side, the operators, the investors, as well as local government, national government. We need to bring them together to build consensus around this national vision. This is the way to take things forward. And in my experience, sometimes you get more passive governments in some parts of Africa. So unless there's a stakeholder community driving this forward, and that can really be a good complement to a government, or can be a good incentive for a government to work on this topic. So yeah, let's support the convening of national stakeholder groups around a vision for sustainable e-mobility.
Thank you. To go far, we go together. Nancy.
Thank you. So as we are going towards operationalizing this agenda and thinking about policy recommendation and implementation, let's make sure that the benefits are not only climate change benefits in terms of decarbonization, but also developmental benefits. At the end of the day, we want our transportation system to be sustainable. Decarbonization is an important dimension. We also need to serve an objective of universal access, efficiency, and safety.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Sustainable development, not just carbon development. Francis.
For me, I would think we need to go more into action. I hope you were able to hear me.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. I say this because in 2018, we were able to demonstrate, after driving our electric vehicles for 2 years, that we can power our EVs at the African Mobility Forum using renewable energy. This is many years later after that, and we still are not doing it. And I'm wondering why. We are a small entity who is able to do this. I think all of us together, we can do just a lot. So we need the willpower to move out and do exactly what we know works. And we will be doing quite a lot of things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And back in person, Mohammed, 30 seconds. Oh, sorry, Charlene. My apologies. Sorry, please. Thank you.
No problem. No, just to conclude, I would say that we need more collaboration, of course, and this collaboration will also go through a need for finance, of course, a need for finance. We have talked since the Paris Agreement of climate justice, and I feel like this climate justice has not still been, I would say, achieved, and a lot of support is still needed to, as we said, develop renewables in African countries, but also financing the private sector. It is the one that innovates, that brings facilities, and that develop new business models. And of course, we don't have to, we can't forget the public sector as a crucial part of this transition to develop renewables, as I said, but also to implement e-mobility policy with clear targets that will allow innovation creation, but also taxation mechanisms to be reinvested in the sector and guarantee an inclusive and a growing ecosystem. So, yeah.
Charlene, thank you very much. And if we have half of your energy and passion, I'm sure we're going to get there much faster than we think. And a very speedy recovery. Mohammed.
I think we need to design around the labor value chain. Informal transport has always been self-financed, remittances in particular. If you provide them with a finance option and get to a point where they're the ones, the driver owners, who choose to buy electric vehicles over ICEs, the transition will take care of itself.
Thank you very much indeed. Joachim.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very much straightforward. I think we should not repeat the mistakes of the global north. That was very much on, expanding car ownership and then heavily subsidize, the shift from fossil-fueled private cars to electric cars. So this is for sure not best practice or no good practice at all for the global south. But I really think, and we do have good practice worldwide, and there are quite a number of low-hanging fruits that can be picked in terms of that we should really rather use the transformative power of vehicle electrification for electric buses and electric two-wheelers as a first step. Yeah. Two modes of transportation that are much more affordable and much more sustainable than, private cars. So far, so good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to leave the last 10 seconds to our presenters who've had a chance to listen to everybody. And Ben, over to yourself. 10 seconds.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think for me, the key message is, like we've been talking about, is put development needs first and push e-mobility and electric vehicles into that narrative. I think it was Mark that mentioned that. And from the specific perspective of this paper, integrated planning for both sectors would be the key piece that I would raise in 10 seconds.
Thank you. I think that's critical. Jakob.
Yeah, Ben just plucked out the point on integrated planning and how to manage urban growth and make sure that whatever we do has a longer term perspective. Where electrical vehicles, among other public sector investment, is integrated into what is going to be developed, because we still have. I think we still have secondary cities that are evolving as we speak, and there is still quite a lot of work that can be done in terms of ensuring that what we do in the future is future-proof in a sense.
Thank you very much, Jakob. I want to pull out just one theme that seems to be coming through, and I hope that we can pull together and work on this as a collective into the future. And that is something that Mark mentioned, which was around being able to articulate very clear nationally owned visions and plans. And those are only going to be made available with the insights and data and business models and other things that are being generated. So I think collectively synthesizing that to something that policymakers can take up is perhaps a challenge that would be wonderful to take on. And we wouldn't be able to take it on without such an amazing panel and our speakers. So if you'd be so kind as to give them a round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. And Charlene, just best wishes as well for a speedy recovery. I'm eating into the next session, which is a fireside chat that Holger is going to lead. In the brutal Egyptian winter, I'm so glad that we can have a fireside chat, but I think that's just what it's termed. So I think it's just Joachim and Holger who are going to have this chat. Is that correct, Holger? And Mohammed. So I think we get to move. And thank you very much to folk who are online. You're more than welcome to stay online or watch through the YouTube channel. Holger.
Thank you.
have a very quick handover, no break yet. So thank you so much also for joining us that session, and thank you, Mohammed. So my name is Holger Daugmann. I'm the transport lead of the Climate Compatible Growth Program, as well as the senior advisor to the High Volume Transport Program. And we thought it was taking us the opportunity today, having you here as the, and I have to look up exactly as your title. It's a, and I have to put on my glasses as well, so to read that. So you're the road transport sector co-lead as part of the Climate Champion team. So I want to make sure so that this is correct. So this is a mouthful, but obviously you are front and center in terms of also what's happened now at COP. So that's also why we thought also have also this conversation. But what is that role? Tell us a little bit more.
So ever after the Paris Agreement, there was the Marrakesh Partnership was created afterwards. And the purpose of it is to bring in non-state actors. These are companies, civil society entities, NGOs, conglomerates, and the private sector at large into the discussions to bring COP, the Convention of the Parties, beyond, to expand the scope. And since then, there were like high-level champions. And this is the distinction between the Climate Champions team, to which I belong, and we work with the high-level champions, supporting their work, implementing the agenda that they set. And the agenda, there is like Mr. Nigel Topping representing the COP26 presidency, and this year Dr. Mahmoud Mohieldin representing the COP27 presidency, and there's going to be the handover to next year's. And as we know, this year is really about implementation. So our strategy, and as I'm part of the sector transformation team. So we really are split across multiple sectors, energy being one of them, built environment, and obviously transport. And within transport, there is shipping, there is aviation, and road transport. And the mandate is really, how do we shift this sector? How do we get to net zero? There are obviously the campaigns by the Climate Champions, Race to Zero, where tens of thousands of cities and entities and private sector entities have signed up to committing to net zero 2050, and using this accreditation model by the Climate Champions. Race to Resilience, which is now really pushing on including resilience and adaptation measures into the day-to-day work, because we know that most of the focus has been on mitigation, but we need to balance our focus more. And our work has really been engaging, supporting the presidential initiatives, but also the Marrakesh Partnership process, the multi-stakeholder discussion Mark mentioned and so eloquently, to make sure that we maximize the ambition, that we radically collaborate towards raising these ambitions, an ambition loop where the ambitions of the private sector, and we're seeing that electrification, push policymakers to be more ambitious in committing to net zero targets sooner and more ambitious, in the end giving the signal to the private sector to invest even more. And in electric vehicles, we've seen this push last year was very powerful with the ZEV declaration. And now we're like thinking more holistically in transport also, how can we think about urban freight more deeply? How can we replicate this in urban mobility? Is it by active travel or public transport? And you see this in the State of Climate Action report, which the Champions supported its production, with the addition of these two new indicators about the size of public transport and active travel infrastructure.
Okay, so a lot of things are going on. So give us a little bit of insights and an outlook. We are end of COP21. Transport will really also be focused also next week, and there are lots of also like initiatives seems to come up. I heard some words around Lotus, and probably also we can also reveal a little bit also already also what we can expect also for week 2, and for what kind of initiatives we want to see, we will see there.
Well, absolutely. It's a big world. There's so many initiatives happening, so many announcements. So my first recommendation would be Top of the COP. This is a newsletter. It is brought out every day, and it shows the agenda of the next day, highlighting the key events. The second thing I'd recommend, there are 2 key events, and it is on the 16th, there's going to be the Marrakesh Partnership Global Climate Action event, and this one will focus on transport across multiple things, so you're invited in the Blue Zone or online, of course. And on the 17th, there is going to be the presidency-led event, and it's one of the initiatives by the COP27 presidency, and they have been published online. So if you want to learn more about the initiatives, go to the COP27 website, initiatives, and you will find LOTUS, which stands for Low Carbon Transport for Urban Sustainability. And it has 3 themes, and there will be an announcement of it and a multi-stakeholder discussion over how we can leverage the international process and start a conversation over this next upcoming year through COP28 to add value, to think through what can we do, what ought to be done, what needs to be done, what can be done. And there's also a lot of events and announcements that are going to come on the continuation of zero-emission vehicles from last year. So stay tuned. Top of the COP is your go-to source.
Okay, so 16, 17s, watch for LOTUS, so we get this message. But you said
on the 15th as well, there's going to be SOCA Transport Day.
Okay, so we should mention that as well. So very good. You said there's 3 initiatives or 3 new key areas. What are these?
So it's about scaling up finance with a focus on public transport systems and active mobility. So there is a lot of innovation, a lot of talk happening about finance in general. It's definitely flowing into zero-emission vehicles because of some of the clear benefits. How can we push it on active and public transport? This is definitely one of them. There is a discussion on urban freight. There is a discussion on planning, and specifically national climate strategies, sustainable urban mobility plans, how they fit into the NDCs and the capacity building that's required to do that. And informal transport is getting a voice on the table. It's very much about how do we operationalize and implement some of these things that we're talking about in the context of a lot of the countries that we're discussing and focusing on in this year's COP.
So walking, cycling, public transport, informal transporters are bringing in, rail bringing in is really important. But we have seen also in the past lots of announcements, call for actions. How do you want to ensure so that there will be also like measurable actions, more investments in that? So what are the things as we can expect us to see as this is not just a one-off nice as a call for action, but there's something more is happening?
Oh, you can definitely see that. Like, for instance, last year there was the Glasgow Declaration or the ZEV Declaration, which is focused on zero-emission vehicles. The question is, how is it going to expand this year? And we're going to hear about that. There is going to be the Race to Zero and the Race to Resilience campaigns, which increased massively over the last year. So we can see how entities are signing up to that. And it's an ongoing conversation. You're seeing the country platforms. I mentioned JETP, Nwafi is going to be under development, and they're not the only ones. There is also discussion about just energy transition for Senegal, for Indonesia. So there is a lot of talk and a lot of work that is happening.
Okay, great to hear that there will be not just talk, but there's action and there's investment. So fantastic. So, but how we see us, and we heard that also before, leaving nobody behind. How to also make us such an agenda really truly inclusive? What is the thinking there?
Well, it starts by having all of these stakeholders at the table. It starts by having a discussion. And this is also where I think in this year's COP has been quite inclusive in trying to bring in the transport community at large into the discussion very early on.
Okay, great. So I think we have 1 minute left. So just give us a little bit. You already mentioned the 15th, 16th, 17th. What will be the highlighters to watch for us the next week?
Well, they wouldn't be highlights if I told about them now, so stay tuned.
Fantastic. So with that, Ursa, thank you very much, Ursa, for taking your time. Good luck, Ursa, next week. Hope to see you all there and online. And thank you very much. Thank you. See you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that quick fire session. We'll be back in a few minutes for our final session of the day. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us here, both those of you who are here in person as well as those who are tuning in online. The sun has just set here in Sharm el-Sheikh, and after a fascinating week full of highly engaging sessions, this is going to be our final session of the week. This session is called Accessing Climate Finance for Transport, Lessons from Project Preparation Facilities and MTB Climate Actions. This has been organized by GIZ and CCG, Climate Compatible Growth. The CCG is funded by the FCDO, which is the UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, to support investment in sustainable low-carbon development systems to meet development priorities in the Global South.
If you wish to ask a question at all throughout this event, as always, please use Slido. The link is www.slido.com and the code is 2715656. I'd now like to introduce to you for the last time our chair of today's event, Friedel Zielaya. Friedel is the Transport and Climate Change Advisor at GIZ. I hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello and good day. Thank you so much for investing your time with us today for this last session of the Transport Day of the Climate Compatible Growth Program. My name is Friedel and I'm the moderator for this session. And my goal today is that you will go home with something, a new idea, maybe a new motivation, some lessons learned. So we will discuss the big trends in climate finance in the transport sector, learn about some of the solutions, hear country perspectives, but also perspectives from multilateral development banks. So to give you an idea of what to expect today, here's the agenda. We will first hear some welcome remarks by my good friend Eva Hübner, who is a policy advisor at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action of the German government, where she works in the unit that is responsible for the International Climate Initiative. Then we will have a presentation by Daniel Bongard. He is the head of the GIZ Transport Program. Especially also, he's the head of the Transfer Project, which is organizing this session today and which has a long history, actually. Transfer went on for 10 years and will come to an end at the end of this year. So today also marks a little bit the conclusion of this long project. So we are also here to celebrate what we have achieved in this project. And then after Daniel's presentation, we are going to move into a panel discussion mode. We have representatives here from the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development in Colombia, Luis, as well as from the Ministry of Transport in Kenya, Esther. And then we also have a representative from the European Investment Bank, who is online with us. Hello, Michael Rattinger. And then hopefully we will also be joined by a representative from the World Bank. And lastly, we will have a special guest. The Minister of Environment from Chile will join us later on. So then let me move on to the welcome remarks. This will be your job, Eva. So I pass on the microphone to you.
Thank you very much, Friedel, and welcome to everybody. I'm very glad to welcome you on behalf of my ministry, the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And as Friedel said, I'm here on behalf of the International Climate Initiative that has funded this work. I would like to take the opportunity to just convey to all of you my appreciation to all the partners and friends of the Transfer Project for being committed to working together on low carbon and climate resilient transport projects with us, especially, of course, the panelists here and online. As part of this International Climate Initiative team, I'm well aware that it takes quite a lot of work to decarbonize the transport sector by the middle of the century, but that this is crucial to fulfill the climate goals that we have jointly set for ourselves and that we also have set nationally, each of us, to limit the global temperature increase. And climate finance is a very, very important part of this. Therefore, we do finance projects such as Transfer, but also Mobilize Your City Partnership or Felicity. And that's a very important part of our climate finance commitment. So the Transfer project is one of the longest running ones, with 12 years running and 11 million euros of funding. And it represents our effort and wish to strengthen our cooperation with developing and emerging countries for climate-friendly transport across the globe. And that has been a very important objective since the early beginning of the Transfer project. We are very glad to exchange here, and I already had the chance previous to the session to personally come together with some of the partners and hear a little bit about the challenges and also the work that you have all done. And I'm looking forward to continuing this now. In terms of lessons learned, there are a few that we have learned as International Climate Initiative from the Transfer project as well. One of them is that it's not really the lack of available funding internationally that is a barrier in the sector, but it's rather an insufficient pipeline of ambitious and well-designed measures. Secondly, we note, and that has been increasingly be the case, that the Paris Agreement has become an important factor for transport ministries in emerging economies and in developing countries to kind of be a guiding principle of their work. So both the long-term net zero commitments and also the NDCs. And thirdly, I think the Transfer project shows how important it is to exchange internationally, because we do face the same issues, and I include Germany in a lot of that, on how to change and transform a sector completely, and we can really learn from each other. And this project is leveraging that. So I said I would definitely include Germany, because transport is one of the sectors that is most difficult for us to decarbonize, and where we have where it also takes a lot of mind shifts at all different levels. And we really need to work together on that. As Germany and as International Climate Initiative, we do remain committed to continue funding and also to increase funding on transport, to just contribute to this, not only nationally but also internationally. And I would like to encourage you and all of us to continue taking this leading role that you are taking for climate-friendly transport systems. So with that, I have the honor to open the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eva, for your strong words of appreciation. Of course, we also appreciate the support that you have given us and the trustful relationship that we have established. And we, of course, look forward to continue working on your behalf. Next, I would like to turn to you, Daniel. We have heard something already about the Transfer project. Now, I'm curious to hear more details.
Yeah, thank you, Friedel, and thank you, Eva, and thanks, of course, also to the German Ministry for Economy and Climate Action to supporting us for such a long time in these efforts. But of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the commitment and the will of the partners in our partner countries. So I would like to briefly introduce you into a few of examples. So if you could set up the slides. I will try to take 10 minutes to introduce you into some of these activities. And here you see already on the first slide one of the first results. It's the new modernized jeepneys, which are now running, I think, about 5,000 in Manila, in the Philippines capital, and replacing old vehicles. I'll come later to this example already. And so there's a massive ramp-up of finance needed for getting those type of vehicles on the road. And I can just press here this button and then it's moving to that. So what is a challenge? I think we have heard it here during this excellent Transport Day of CCG, and thanks to our host for hosting us here today. so the challenge in the transport sector is there's not a silver bullet to do that, but you need to act on various levels. We need to look at the electric mobility challenge, where we need to include actors from the energy side. But we also should not forget about freight. And at the same time, we need to build infrastructure. And we all know building infrastructure takes quite a long time. So what kind of infrastructure do we need for a zero carbon and net zero world? So these are so many questions, and it's really hard to really identify the most effective ones. And so in that regard, the Transfer Project has been acting as one of the facilities for leveraging climate funding into the sector, because before you get any access to funding from the International Climate Initiative, the NAMA facility, or one of the multilateral development banks, so there need to be sound projects on the ground. So transfer, the last phase, as Eva said, was 11 million euro in total when it started. So we started with a smaller budget of 1.5 million euro and then had another 6.5 million euro for the second phase. In total, all these countries participated. So Colombia, China, Peru, Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, South Africa, and Tunisia. And it has been really quite a good journey. And so this basically was the underlying idea at that time when transfer was established. Nobody was talking about NDCs, but we have been talking here at the COPs about NAMAs, the Nationally Appropriate Mitigation Actions, and that developing countries would engage and contribute to reducing emissions by coming up with these NAMAs and providing those proposals. So the basic idea here was so that we need an initial concept, and so this initial concept really needs to be so we need a scoping and screening exercises here to identify the most effective actions. We need to consider the pre-feasibility and really understand the status quo in where we are. And last but not least, which is maybe most important, we need to get stakeholders on board. So at that time, climate has been not discussed by everybody, but so there would have been a basic understanding of where we are aiming at. And then once one of the action was identified, then we were moving into full concept development. So, and this always included 4 parts: a detailed technical design, a finance mechanism, an ex-ante impact assessment, and the governance. So who is actually responsible for implementing this? And so the assumption was once we have that, then there's possibility for funding, and there's a possibility to move into another one. So the green side here was something that was outside of transfer, not tackled by us, but we already today see quite a number of initiatives going on that have been prepared by transfer. And we have been understanding after a while that between the concept and the actual investment is going on, there is a phase that needs to be bridged. So we need to keep the momentum. So in Transfer 3, we even we included some activities and funding to bridge that gap into the full project implementation and don't lose that momentum. So this is a track record. I won't read all of it, but so I think these are impressive numbers. So with the 10 ready to implement climate actions, 7 are already in implementation. Oh, there's a mistake. It's 13 in total. And 6 are still in the prep, or they are prepared, but they are not in implementation yet. And so the leverage potential is quite big. I think in total 350 million euro of international climate finance has been triggered. But this, of course, also then courses investments in the private sector and resources from the partner countries, which are huge, so goes into the billions. So we hope that this program is going to reduce 100 megatons of CO2 emissions over the next 10 years. So some of the projects are already reducing emissions, but this, of course, is impact assessment because not everything is implemented yet. So first example, I have 3 examples. First example is TransPeru. So this has been prepared by the Transport Project in, I think, 2011. So it's actually a policy matrix that is tackling not only the greenhouse gas emission reductions, but also some other challenges such as traffic congestion and old and polluting vehicles. So air quality issues are a big thing in Lima. So the scope was twofold. One focus was on the urban area in Lima Callao, and so the other focus was on the national level, where the modernization of fleets and pollutant standards, introduction of standards has been discussed. So I think one of the key aspects here is really the financing mechanisms, and this is what we learned. We learned that a proper and sound financing mechanism is a key to success. So in Peru, the financing mechanism was suggested to the NAMA facility, which is also co-funded by the German government and the Ministry for Economic and Climate Action, but also of the British government, which is stepping in here, and it's a joint funding mechanism. So there have been technical assistance grants and financial assistance grants plus loans, and this has been put together to actually get into the policy matrix, and then adding up some monitoring and reporting mechanisms and capacity building exercises to then get this into implementation. And so actually this is a way of how the funding leverage mechanism is then working. So we started with the 850,000 euro in transfer to develop it. So then the NAMA facility project with TA and some loans started. And then the German Climate Technology Initiative with loans from KfW stepped in, which included huge investments for metros. And so then, especially this then triggered further funding related to investments here in the sector. Second example is from the Philippines. So I already mentioned, I've shown in the beginning the modernized jeepneys. This is how they used to look, and many of them are still on the roads. So they are very nice and colorful if you look at pictures, but if you have to travel in them every day and you get the pollution every day, this is not a way to move in the 21st century. So again, the transfer mechanism was looking at this, so how to move from informal public transport, because jeepneys are not public transport in terms of government-owned companies, but they are entrepreneurs, private informal entrepreneurs, and there's a different challenge to getting fleet renewal here. So the system is not subsidized at all. So there's on-street competition between the drivers. So the Jeepney Plus NAMA that has been developed by Transfer was then tackling not only the fleet modernization issue, but also looking at the question of how to more formalize those modes, and how to actually being able to leverage funding into that sector that is so highly fragmented. And so there was a government program set up that allowed investments into new vehicles in case when jeepney drivers were forming associations and corporations and were then jointly tackling these issues. And so these corporations were bigger, so they were eligible for receiving those type of funding from the government fund and getting this into operation. And there's now a vision to also electrify those fleets in the future, even if that might take a couple of years in the Philippines. So again, the Jeepney Plus number is part of a larger effort. And so there are other elements in the National Urban Mobility Program of the Philippines that is close to this. So my third example and last one, and then I'm coming to the end, is the Mobilize Your City Partnership. So it's a French-German European Union funded initiative. And so it includes lots of partners, and it's really looking at how to develop pipelines of investment projects by integrated policy making on urban level. And for this integrated policy making on urban level, we focused on SUMPs, Sustainable Urban Mobility Plans, that many cities in Europe are already implementing, and they use this for their stakeholder coordination and their visioning, and then also for identifying those type of investment projects that are really needed and that are sustainable. So these urban investment, so I am convinced, and this is why the SUMP project is quite successful, is that the urban transport projects, they are complemented with policy and soft measures, and they're complemented with monitoring, evaluation, and learning mechanisms. So there's a prioritizing of investments, but at the same time, the framework conditions within the cities, they are adopted to this. And so I would really encourage all the cities, even if you call it differently, like in India, comprehensive mobility plans, or elsewhere. So looking with a comprehensive view on this really helps, and it also helps to identifying the mitigation potential, because the sum of projects is usually more effective than single projects. So these sums and also on national level support programs. So these are some examples here of the Mobilize Your City Partnership, how to leverage funding. So the 40 million donor contribution should end up in 40.9 billion identify investment needs. And so this leverage funding should be 1,300 billion euro almost to get into this. And this is, of course, because the Mobilize the City Partnership is looking at many, many cities all over the world. I think in total we have more than 40 cities working with. And I have to move on, I think. And there's a mitigation potential. So these are my conclusions. Transformative packages. It takes some time, but we need it in the transport sector, because if we don't take the time in the transport sector, it's difficult. So the sector can finance transformation partly itself, because there's already a lot of money in the system. But we need the climate finance as a trigger to make this shift of finance. And there are, of course, limited capacities and vested interests that we need to work on. So we need comprehensive approaches. And financial institutions, and I'm looking forward to discuss with the World Bank and the European Investment Bank. So they tend to prioritize large infrastructure investments, and we need to find ways on how to combine this and get also funding for the other elements of the transport system. There's some hope. So this is a recent study of the CPI. So the low-carbon transport investment really ramped up in the past few years. If we look at that, all the sectors, so red is energy, blue is transport, it really looks like as if transport is the only sector that has been really growing in the past few years. I hope with Transfer and our partners, we contributed a little bit to this development, but certainly more is needed, because there's lots of funding in the sector which is not sustainable yet. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. I think it's always good to end on an optimistic note. That's really good. So I take away that what is really important are capable institutions, committed countries, and of course, good technical assistance. So next, I come to one of these agents of change. This is you, Luis, from Colombia. I have invited you because you are working with the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development in Colombia, as a transport specialist. Yeah? So you're very much involved in the transport developments happening in Colombia. So I would like to learn from you a little bit more about, the Sustainable Transport Fund that Colombia has set up and the policies, so the enabling framework that your government is setting up for investments to go into sustainable transport.
You're right. I'm part of the Ministry of Environment, and also I work between my partner in the Ministry of Transport. We are walking a long road to arrive to this fund. We will the first partners that is part from the transfer program. We have 3 phases in this program. The first phase was the sorry, I'm nervous. Well, Colombia has been a critical partner of GEC and the International Climate Initiative since 2011. Due to its strong commitment to sustainable emission transportation, Colombia was one of the first partners of transfer during its first phase over these years ago in 2011. At this early stage, the main target was developing a freight fleet renewable initiative, which resulted in a national freight creation scheme that was the first scheme for the present fund. Yes. Soon after, the country and transfer started working under the framework of the second phase on developing a national appropriate mitigations that are part of the roadmap that we built with GEC. In the second phase, we turn to other kinds of projects to develop different programs at local territory. And finally, in the third phase of transfer, we build the structures. We build the structure basis for our fund in low charge fleet. Well, the Colombian Senate approved the fund as part of Colombia Climate Change Action Law in the Law 2161 in the year 2021. And currently, its investment manuals and details design are being done with the support of a grant of up to $250,000 by EIDB. The potential impact estimated during the fund strategy forces the facilitation of a total investment of up to $850 million for a full fleet of 2,735 abuses across Colombia, with a resulting aggregate mitigation between 1.2 and 1.8 million tons of dioxide carbon during the period 2033 to 2030. This project is really important for our country. When we design the law of climate actions, transfer present the results of the consultancy where we can find the support to present in the law the basis for our fund to finance transport passenger transport systems, right? In this moment, the terms of reference for the consulting to structure and build the basis of the fund are presented to design to start in the final of this month. Well, we expect to the next year have the result of this consultancy to start the fund, to start the work in the fund. Yes. In this moment, Colombia has a fleet of 17 million of vehicles, well, where road transport for passengers is an important topic for work and renew the fleet to low and zero emissions. In Bogota, the capital of the country, have developed a program through this fund to renew all buses to electric, technologies and other kinds of vehicles like vehicles and taxis. Also, we can describe that our new government under the President Gustavo Petro pretends extend the fund to renew the electric buses of the city of Bogota. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for sharing these. Oops, sorry, my microphone is. Yeah, thanks for sharing the insights on Colombia's Sustainable Mobility Fund. I think it's important to also design the financing mechanisms for investment locally, and this is a really good case for how long it takes to develop such a mechanism, but also as a tool for investments to flow into the mitigation action. Next, I would like to turn to our virtual speaker, Michael Rattinger from the European Investment Bank. So you are focused, of course, on financial assistance, but of course also financial assistance projects must be prepared. So I'm curious to hear from you a little bit more about the steps of project preparation, the role of project preparation facilities. I'm curious about your perspective on this. Over to you.
Thanks, Friedel, and good afternoon, good evening from cold and gray Luxembourg. I wish I was there with you, not only because of the weather, but because of the exchange with all of you. But I'm very happy that I can be here virtually. Just very briefly on the European Investment Bank, this is the bank owned by the EU member states that has been active outside the EU since 1963. So it's almost 60 years that we're financing projects in developing and emerging economies. In terms of what we're doing in the transport sector, we have a transport lending policy that's very much aligned with our new climate bank roadmap, which basically specifies that we have to ensure that 50% of our financing is climate and environment by 2025, and that we help to mobilize 1 trillion of green investment over the current decade. And the way that EIB works is through a model that we called lending, blending, and advising. So the first part is lending. That means we use our own financing sources. The other part is blending. And here we are instrumental in bringing in financing from third parties into projects. And then we do a lot of advising. And that's because of our in-house capacity that we have. We have engineers and economists. And so we're able to provide sort of a full range of service to projects. Now, the EIB is always in partnership mode because we are limited to 50% of the project amount. Yeah, so we can never finance more than 50% of a project, and we always have to bring in other financiers. And this obviously has a very big impact on project preparation, because unlike other banks who prepare projects for themselves to finance, we have to make sure that what we prepare is also palatable to other financiers. So this is maybe slightly different than other financial institutions. In terms of project preparation, and what Daniel said earlier really resonates. I think also with us. If I can sum up some of the experience that we have in the transport sector, is that the early and upstream involvement, so pre-project involvement, is actually crucially important. So before we even talk about project preparation itself, we have to look upstream and do some early stage screening and advisory and capacity building work before we even come to define what projects are. We have to clearly define what we mean by project. Often the concept of a project is very different depending on who you are in terms of what type of stakeholder you are. And for us, a project is something that is maybe much more defined and financially structured than perhaps it is for others. So what some entities regard as a project would not yet be a project for us. We would have to be deploying much more project preparatory resources before we can call it a project. And it's, it has the degree of readiness and maturity for us to be involved. I think one of the things that we see is the quality of the feasibility studies. There's a wide range of quality, and the vast majority, maybe 4 out of 5, pre-feasibility or feasibility studies, in the end, do not lead to an actual project. So there's a very high attrition rate, and a lot of that is because of the quality. And then also, if you're looking at transport projects that involve many different kinds of financiers and finance streams, and you are there trying to bundle all of these, the requirements of the different financiers, both in terms of modalities as well as risk appetite and the types of things that they can finance, can be extremely different. So it's important that during project preparation you have the involvement of those entities that ultimately will be involved in financing the project, right? So the project preparation, the financing, the tighter it is interlinked, the more likely that we will have high quality projects. And this is something that our collaboration with GIZ is showing on numerous fronts. We're implementing the Felicity program, which looks at feasibility studies for transport projects. For example, we're working together with GIZ in Indonesia, in Makassar and in Batam City, to develop bus rapid transit projects. So, we're working on a range of locations through Felicity, and expect the first sort of cohort of programs to be ready for financing later this year. We're also implementing with GIZ the City Climate Finance Gap Fund, which also mobilizes technical assistance for cities to prepare projects. About 95 cities so far have been supported through this fund. And earlier this year, we established a green hydrogen fund, which aims to, among other things, obviously, develop projects that support hydrogen development, which can potentially be very important for transport. So again, tight interlinkage between project preparation and financing we see as essential, and our partnership with GIZ is, we think, a fantastic example of that, bringing together the strengths of two different institutions for the benefit of clients on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for sharing these insights on the cooperation, of course, between technical assistant institutions and financial institutions, and also giving us some really interesting country examples for project preparation facilities, and highlighting some of the important steps and also challenges. So now I would like to turn to you, Esther. You're working in the Ministry of Transport in Kenya as a climate change specialist, also, of course, a lot involved in the preparing mitigation actions. So if I was a project developer, I would come to Kenya and I would say, I want to do a project with you. What would be the steps that we would have to go together in preparing projects in Kenya? And what could be the challenges or the approaches?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, I'm Esther Gashanja. I work at the State Department for Transport. In Kenya, we have a mainstreaming agenda to have climate change incorporated in all plans, programs, and projects. And therefore, there is a whole lot of opportunities. And transport is widely included in the revised and ambitious NDC submitted in December 2020. And in this NDC, we have several actions that are transport related and require funding, require financing, require international and domestic resources. For the adaptation, we need 90% financing. The actions contained in the NDC are conditional. And for the mitigation, 79% of financing is conditional. Therefore, when you come to collaborate or to partner with us, we expect the government of Kenya to partner in counterpart funding, which can be monetary or in kind, of that proportionate. The bigger percentage depends on the international financing, and therefore there is need to ensure technology development and transfer and capacity building, especially in the preparation of the proposals, bankable proposals for funding. We have examples in Kenya where we have sought financing for the small vehicles, e-mobility, for small vehicles, that is 2 and 3 wheelers. We have a request sitting at NAMA. We are at interim stage, which we have to partner with some other institutions because the government institutions don't have sufficient capacity in terms of knowledge and in terms of time that required the timelines to develop a good proposal. We believe that we will get, because I've seen transfer funds number, we believe that we'll get favorable results because we have done our best. We also seek funding to do the BRT system. So you are welcome to help us in moving the masses from the smaller occupancy vehicles to higher occupancy vehicles through green buses, the e-buses. And we also seek funds at the aviation to use sustainable alternative fuels. Because even domestically, we endeavor to connect all our cities and towns and counties through the air, to have each county has an airstrip. So a lot of domestic flights do take place. So if we have support in sustainable aviation fuels, it can help decarbonize transport. For now, because I had 3 minutes, that's all I have. But we have many actions to do with rail, to do with road transport, to do with air, and to do with even the active mobility. If more details are required, we can provide. And we are open as a country to partner with private players and also international bodies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esther, for sharing this insight from Kenya. Over back to you, Daniel. I have one more question for you. So you mentioned that a lot of the investments go rather into the larger infrastructure projects and not so much into smaller activities or activities that need less investment like walking and cycling. Couldn't you say that, since we have the climate crisis and we really need to focus everything on the goal of net zero, that we should maybe phase out the funding of road, that this is what the multilateral development banks should do? Maybe a slightly provocative question, sorry.
I think it was touched earlier today when the IIB was presenting on the question of road projects. So it would be nice to say, just very provocative, and say no money into roads anymore, but I guess so that would not really reflect completely the reality. I think the question is, we need to build the right roads. And what is a right road or a good road? Yeah. So I think if we talk about Paris-compatible investments, then we need to consider how the mobility would look like in 20, 30 years. And we need to build those infrastructure that we need in 20 or 30 years. So even if there's rapid growth of private vehicles, maybe in some of the models forecasted, then this does not mean, if we take the policies and we really take climate action, that we really end up there. So rather building those infrastructure that in the end we need, and which is inclusive, includes bike lanes, includes walkways, and has the right level for those motorized vehicles, hopefully electric. So that's my answer.
Thanks, Daniel. Over back to you, Michael, from the EIB's perspective. In the previous session, we had a speaker from the ADB, and she showed how investments into the road sector have been going down over the years. How is this trend looking like in the European Investment Bank? Is there also a trend towards more investment into climate-friendly transport options?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not only for the EIB, but indeed for all of the MDBs, this is the trend. And remember, there's a lot of harmonization work happening on the MDB level in terms of defining, what is climate compatible investment. And because we share a lot of similar, sort of shareholders, for example, European countries are participate in all of the banks that you have named. The pressure is there for them to move in a similar direction, right? I think that in general terms, what can be said is that we do look at the EIB certainly looks at Paris alignment for all its projects, and we've been doing that since 2020. So it becomes sort of much more difficult to imagine that we will continue financing road projects as we perhaps have done in the past. But on the other hand, in certain geographies, it's clear that there is a lack of transport infrastructure, in particularly in countries in Africa, and we see that these roads will be needed in order to access markets and services and all of this, right? Where there are none, right? So I think it's up to us to kind of develop that kind of differentiated thinking. What is true is that we need to ensure that whatever road infrastructure does get built is obviously incorporates low carbon technology and is also climate resilient. We don't need to create more liabilities for countries, right? So we have to balance the climate aspect with the development and poverty reduction aspect, and sometimes it's not easy to achieve a win-win, and frankly sometimes it's impossible. But to answer your question, Friedel, yes, the tendency is to be moving away from road and going towards rail and waterway, and also non-motorized forms of transport.
Thanks, Michael. You're completely right. Of course, different development objectives need to be balanced, and sometimes there can be trade-offs. But you were talking about the Paris alignment of project pipelines, and that is also what my next question to you, Luis, will be about. So you work in the Ministry of Environment, so of course you have a strong motivation to achieve the goals of Paris Agreement. But when you work with the Ministry of Transport, how do you convince the Ministry of Transport in your country to do more about climate change? So how are the policy coordination mechanisms in Colombia between the ministries, to make sure that the project pipeline of the Ministry of Transport also is increasingly aligned with the Paris Agreement? Okay.
Well, one of the statements for this new government is accelerate the energy transition, yes? So the accelerated energy transition is responsibility of each economical sector in our country. The role of the Ministry of Environment is to design every political and regulation instrument to invite and obligate, in some cases, really, the other sectors to align with our commitments in climate change. We build the climate change policy, we build 2 laws related with climate change, where we define the minimal requirements for each economical sector, develop strategies to decarbonize their sector. In the case of the transport sector, transport sector present 7 initiatives in mitigation and 5 initiatives in adaptation in our NDC. Well, in this case, through the law 2169, we put this initiative at the level of a law. So the Ministry of Transport has to commit this scope. Also, we have several initiatives to build capacity, because Without no liaise, the different ministries can do nothing. So we need to build a strong strategy to present the aims, the lines of work, the concepts of climate change in each ministry. For transport, also we have a partner saying to me, if into our direction of climate change, we have a professional for each sector, transport sector, energy sector, industrial sector, and we have a partner in each ministry. So I have a partner into the transport ministry where we change information for develop and align the different initiatives.
Oh, thank you. It seems that the cooperation between the ministries is working well and there are established cooperation mechanisms. Okay, one final question before we get to the next segment of this session is to you, Esther. So we have heard from Eva, but also from Daniel today that the problem is not the lack of funding, the problem is rather the lack of bankable projects, of projects that are well prepared. So I want to ask about the case of Kenya. To what extent are you already making use of international support, climate finance? To what extent do domestic funds play a role in your climate action in the transport sector?
Thank you for the question. In Kenya, we partner with other institutions like UNEP, WRI, who have capacity to help us prepare bankable proposals, as I had mentioned. Like currently, we are doing one for NAMA. And we also have the advantage that most of the climate actions are also economic projects. Therefore, they are financed by other donors like World Bank, Exim Bank, and the national government. And therefore, they couple both as climate project and economic project. Therefore, we don't have a challenge, except when we need to have a fully fledged climate project and requiring to utilize the international financing. That is when we need to seek assistance. The reason we said we need capacity building, continuous capacity building for all the staffs, actually, not one individual, but several pool of officers so that we can be able to do our own. Because most of the times you find that some of this support is conditional. It may not really have 100% buy-in, and therefore it can affect implementation and ownership at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. So now let's move to the next segment of the session. And I already promised you that we have a very special guest joining us here today, and that is the Minister of Transportation from Chile. So, Mr. Munoz, I would like to ask you to come and join us here on the panel. So yeah, we're of course really honored to have you here with us today. You're probably the most high-level person of the day in this room, maybe of the entire week. So that's... I have to be careful what I say here. But it's a final session, so it's really, I think, a nice highlight at the end of the week to have you here with us. So yeah, you're from Chile. I don't know so much about Chile, but what I've heard is that Chile has the largest fleet of electric buses of the world after China. So a lot of electric mobility already on the ground. You have also invested billions in your green recovery plan during the pandemic for sustainable mobility. So my impression is there is a lot of action going on, strong ambition for climate action in the transport sector. So yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about the situation in Chile?
Colombia, not much.
you can see I have no idea about.
So thank you very much for the invitation. I see several familiar faces in the audience. I've been participating in these kind of meetings before. I come from a group that is not very different from what you do. I've been professor on public transport for 25 years in Chile before taking this responsibility. And I've led a center of research on bus rapid transit for many years too, where the World Resources Institute participated as one of its members, as Jorge Dalman knows very well. So I think that we are facing very unexpected times. It's very challenging what we need to do, and I think that when you are facing such difficult times with these huge challenges, I think the actions we need to take have to be proportional in some way. And one of the concerns I have is that we may feel that through playing some easy levers, we can address the problems we need to solve, and I think we need to be very creative in terms of adequately dealing with the very significant sustainability challenge that our cities are facing. Well, we all know the transport sector is responsible for about 25% of the emissions that are causing our climate change, and they're growing. It's not like don't worry, we're solving this. It's not. And in Chile last year we had like 400,000 extra cars in the system for a city of 8 million people, only in a single year. So it seems that we need to be more creative and maybe more aggressive regarding the kind of solutions we need to move ahead. And sometimes the technical perspective is only one part of the problem, and the political side, the social side, is sometimes the main dimensions that take us back and prevents us from moving ahead at the speed we would like. The world is becoming extremely urban. In the world, I understand like 60% of people live in cities. Well, in Chile, it's 90%. So and half of that 90% is in one single city. And that puts me to think if that's the right pattern of development. And maybe by getting distracted by electromobility, we forget about maybe the right policies that need to be implemented that will really make the change. And if you think of the emissions of a city per year, I like to think it this way. It depends on how many people live in the city. And that takes you to the question of what's best, to have an 8 million inhabitant city or 1 million inhabitant city. And what's the kind of urbanization you need if you would rather have the second. Notice that the larger the city, the most likely the trips will be. At least that's what happened in my city. So again, the emissions depends on the number of people per city. Second, depends on how many trips each of us make. And I think telecommuting has been great in some way, and we tend to look at as an opportunity for decarbonizing by preventing people from doing trips that could be avoided. However, it seems to be, although interesting, very oriented to high-income people and to people with high competences and with good jobs. So even though it's nice, it's interesting, I think it's small. So inhabitants per city, trips per inhabitant, right? Third, kilometers per trip. So, and I think this is maybe the most important one. How long are our trips? And at least in our city, we're moving in a direction that is opposite of what we should. We keep on putting people farther and farther away in social housing from where the activities are, and their activities tend to move away from them towards the high-income people. And the high-income people that have the choice to decide where to locate, they tend to locate themselves in the periphery too. So our cities are growing. We are not winning, and this indicator, which is the length of the trips, and by letting the cities evolve more, I think, at least in South America, freely, depending on the market, instead of deciding that this is too important to let the market govern how the cities evolve. And I have an amazing example. Last year, we had the presidential elections. 8.3 million people voted. 8.3 in the country. And the public transport system was insufficient to move people to voting, at the point that the opposition to the government claimed that this was kind of political intervention, not having the buses available for people to vote. It was in the news, and everybody was talking about how could it be possible that we didn't have public transport on such an important day. 9 months later, we have the constitutional referendum. Instead of 8.3 million people voting, 12 million people voted. All of you that know public transport and know transportation realize that, I mean, this would be a mess. More than 50% extra voters. That would be that your queues will explode, that your vehicles will be full. Nothing happened. Not a single problem. The system worked excellent. And it's not because I was the minister, but because we took two things. We made two differences. And one of them was not my decision. It came from the previous government. First, before, people were assigned to voting centers, random, in your district. Now, people were assigned to the closest to their residence, to their homes. Pretty obvious, right? The average distance to vote was 1/3 than what it was before. When the distance drops by 3, you can walk, you can bike, and the public transport performs much better, even though the transport system is moving 50% more people. The second thing we did, which I think was smart too, was that usually in our country, elections are on Sundays. So, and all the bus drivers and public transport drivers have 2 free Sundays per month. So we passed a law saying on election day, the operator can move the free Sunday for those that can rest to the previous month or the next month. So we have all our fleet operating. But what I mean by this example is that sometimes we focus too much in the transport problem and not enough in what's the basis of the problem, which is where people are moving, where people are going, and why, and if we can govern in some way that part, the activities. So again, my example, residents per city, trips per resident per year or whatever, and then kilometers per trip. So we have kilometers. The next one would be how much energy you need per kilometer trip. How much energy? And that takes us to our favorite, probably, area, sector. Well, bike is great because it requires very little energy. Walking is great, very little energy. Public transport is great because we share the vehicle among many, and therefore the energy we need per trip per kilometer drops very significantly. And of course, this is something we need to do. We need to foster and we need to prevent people from using the car. In the case of Chile, we are being as aggressive as we can for doing exactly that. Doubling the kilometers of cycle path in the country, improving as much as we can the public transport infrastructure, keep on expanding our metro in the case of Santiago, fostering trains, bringing infrastructure for buses, etc., because it's the most effective way. But notice that this is one box out of the other. And the last box would be, I have 5 boxes. Number 5 would be how many emissions, carbon emissions per unit of energy. And of course, that takes you to electromobility. My concern is that very often we focus just there when we look at climate action, and we forget the other four. And if you recall, remind yourself that carbon neutrality or climate change is one crisis, but we also have congestion, we also have noise, we also have pollution, we also have fatalities, and they're all, the solution for them is the same: public transport, make micromobility more attractive, hinder the use of the car. So it's nice that if you recall yourself of that, you would say, well, electromobility by itself also is one out of 5 boxes, and also only prevents me to deal with one part of the whole problem. I will still have fatalities, I will still have congestion, I will still have many problems, lack of urban space, if we just turn all my vehicles to electricity. So I think that there is a nice opportunity to look beyond that. Now, if you look at electromobility, yeah, we're moving ahead. We're expanding our metro. We are putting all the incentives for our operators to drift from internal combustion engines towards electricity. We have today like 800 buses that are electric in Santiago, and we have finished a bidding process in which 1,000 extra buses will come to the city by March. And we have also renewing some of the contracts of the operators to bring more buses. I expect that by June next year we'll have more than 2,000 buses in Santiago, electric buses, which I think is very interesting, and people love them, by the way. It's not just the low emissions, but on the other hand, the noise, the low noise, how subtle or soft the maneuvers are, and it's modernization. They are low floor. They have UBS. They have Wi-Fi. They have air conditioning. They're disability friendly, etc., etc. So I think that by putting the effort in improving the bus fleet is certainly an asset. One extra thing that we're doing that may be interesting for you is that we are allowing, we're passing a new regulation in which we will allow that diesel vehicles can be retrofitted into electric, which is something that we haven't allowed in Chile yet. But that should be, I think, might be, I don't know, a game changer, because the main reason why our operators don't run towards electric buses is because they're too expensive. So if we can tell them that by bringing their old the bus they operate and turn it into electric through a cost that might be half the cost of a new electric bus, and that will be fine. Maybe we can close the gap of not having enough electric buses especially in the small cities of the country. So that's, I think, it could be, and we have a couple, at least one company that is doing this already for buses operating and for trucks in the mining industry. So this is something that we feel like it could something nice to achieve. Another thing that we're doing is that within the contracts for bus operators, we're trying to make it easier for them to by providing some sort of support, allowing them for the bank to receive some of the cost directly to the bank from the bus provider, etc. To make it easier and reduce the risks associated to not being able to pay if the buses are not well managed. Finally, and I think this is interesting for you too, we have developed in Chile or in Santiago and some companies that now I feel very familiarized with operating buses, electric buses, which is a knowledge that is not very common. And there are nice things here, like how do you design your terminals? How many power stations per bus? How do you manage your batteries to last longer? How do you deal with your operations so that the autonomy gets as large as possible? I think that that is a resources that I would like to use to go and talk to those operators in the other cities that have not gone through that path. And I would guess that they are the best player to bring that information. So as you can see, we are trying to move ahead with many dimensions. The job I have, I didn't realize it was so difficult and so time demanding. But I'm fascinated because it allows me also, give me the opportunity to prioritize and move ahead with ideas that we probably will share, that we've all discussed for decades, and that we would like to see them happen. So, well, you may consider that you have one of your own as Minister of Transport and Communications in Chile, and I hope that, I don't know how long I will stay here, because since I now belong to any political party, I feel at any time my job could finish. I don't know, but I'm happy that of the opportunity. I feel like we're doing great work, and I hope that at some point, by the end of the term, hopefully, we'll feel proud about the path we've walked. So thank you very much, and thank you very much also to you as trustable and good partners in this walk. It's great to have organizations like GIZ that look at Latin America or at my country with both, trying to learn from what we do and at the same time to support us, bringing good knowledge, good practices that we can implement as fast and conveniently as possible. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Munoz. I think Chile can be very fortunate to have a sustainable transport expert as their transport minister. Really inspiring speech. You raised a lot of important questions, which we won't have time to discuss, I'm afraid, but I'm sure you will join us afterwards during our reception, so there will be time to discuss more with you informally afterwards. So I would like to thank my panelists here again for being with us today. Before we close, however, we have some final words from the FCDO, who will formally close this week.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm not the FCDO. I come from the Climate Compatible Growth Program, which is made up of a set of universities primarily and academics from Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial, UCL, Loughborough, Open University, KTH, Climate Parliament, and yeah, that's it. I've been saying this a lot, you see, so by the end of the week it comes well. One of the things that we're really keen on doing is being able to improve the science policy interface. And we're inspired by the Honourable Minister Munez, because we can improve the science policy interface, or we could just jump over to the other side. So that's very inspiring. Thank you for that. I will hand over in a couple of minutes to Lily Ryan Collins, who's the Senior Infrastructure Advisor at the FCDO, who is responsible for this project. Before doing so, I would just like to say one or two things about the meeting and the collaboration and the way things have been set up over this last week. One of the things that's wonderful, by the way, is to be able to do this session with GIZ, as well as many other partners. And I think that there's an adage that I repeat quite often that I stole from somebody much, much smarter than I am, which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think it's great that we can go together in terms of being a large partnership, and not just organizations from the north, but critically from the south and from countries where there's massive opportunity to do new investment, to leapfrog, to incorporate justice, to make changes and learn from the mistakes that others have made. And I think it's incumbent on us in the West to help, to make sure that the mistakes that we've made are clearly just illustrated as being mistakes, and new options and better value propositions are made. I'd also like to thank HVT, the High Volume Transport Program, and MEX, who have been important partners in this. I'd like to thank Mo at the back over there, who's been doing all of the audio visual. It's really been slick and very good. Thank you very much. And back at home base, Sarah Wilson Gallagher, as well as Simon Patterson, who've been doing a lot of work in the background and booking flights and organizing things and making sure things work well. There are a lot of other thank yous. There are 2 special thank yous I'd like to make at the end of this, but now I'd like to hand over to Lily to please make the final intervention, let's say, of the week. Thank you, Lily.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Mark. Can I be heard first?
Loud and clear.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make some final remarks. So as Mark said, I'm the lead advisor for the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office for the Climate Compatible Growth Programme. Now, I realise that it's late over there in Sharm el Sheikh, and I'm keeping you all from your refreshments, which must be well deserved at the end of a long week. So I'll try to be relatively brief. Delighted to be able to say a few closing remarks at the end of what has been an incredibly rich and jam-packed week of side events addressing the critical issues in the area of climate compatible growth in the infrastructure sector. Delighted to see the number of prestigious partners that have participated in the events this week, and Mark has mentioned a few. So prestigious partner organisations and also path-breaking research projects, including other UK-funded projects such as high volume transport and modern energy cooking services. And of course, it's great to have political representatives involved as well, such as the Minister that we have in this very interesting last session, which I've also been able to listen into. I'm just going to take a minute to pick out a few personal highlights from the week. So I really enjoyed the session on African energy pathways, which was based on a paper authored by 54 authors, the majority of whom were African. I felt that session made a really clear, compelling case for the fact that we can't treat Africa as a whole, and it really aimed to shine some light on the very heated debate over African energy pathways, and that each country needs a specific plan based on their starting point, their development objectives, their resources, and for policymakers in those countries to be empowered to utilize evidence and data to develop their own policy, to develop pathways that are right and appropriate for each individual country. It was a great session. I also really enjoyed the session on the material implications, is that word right, of the low carbon transition. I feel like me and many others are just waking up to the critical importance of this agenda, the fact that we'll need far more basic materials such as concrete and steel to make the transition happen, and how very important it is to decarbonize the production of those materials. And alongside that, the risks, opportunities, and challenges associated with the huge increase in the volume of critical minerals that will be required to make the transition happen as well. An absolutely fascinating session. I've really enjoyed the many sessions on transport that have happened throughout this week, and particularly today, of course. I think it's fair to say that the pathway to peak emissions is less clear and more complicated in the transport sector. Not that there aren't challenges in the energy sector, but it's just great to see research programs and some excellent presentations from practitioners, banks, ministries, and so on what they're doing and the progress they're making. Really inspiring. And finally, I've really enjoyed the sessions that focus on gender and inclusion, critical themes that must continue to be at the forefront as we develop these climate compatible growth pathways. I'm going to move on to say a few words about the Climate Compatible Growth Programme and why the UK is very keen to support this programme and other programmes like this. So CCG is the FCDA's flagship research programme on supporting climate compatible growth in the infrastructure sector. And note the word growth. This is not a programme that just focuses on mitigation. It's a programme that aims to support partners, including country partners, in finding pathways to inclusive growth that match their ambitions and are also compatible with meeting climate goals. It's a £38 million programme due to run currently up until 2026. In May this year, the UK government published its international development strategy, which sets out that the UK's top priority in its international development work is delivering honest and reliable investment to support partner countries to grow their economies sustainably. and CCG is a key tool in the FCDO's efforts to support this aim. Hopefully, most people in the room have a good idea now of what CCG does. It focuses very strongly on developing open source evidence, obviously, but also data and tools, which anyone can use, and then to empower the partners with whom it works to use that data and those tools themselves, such that in the medium to long term, the program itself aims to make itself redundant. And that's what we want to see. Policymakers in these countries being empowered to develop their own policy based on evidence that is specific to their country context and meets their aims and is based on what they need and the resources that they have. So just want to reiterate the message that other CCG participants in the event have said. Do reach out. The open source data and tools is out there. We'd love more participation. Reach out to the program if you're interested. The CCG program is still relatively young. It's achieved a lot in a short space of time, but it has many more years to run to deepen its country partnerships and see those bear fruit, to disseminate its open source data and tools to a wider group of empowered users, and to produce world-class evidence on pathways to climate-compatible growth. And of course, to organise more excellent learning events, such as those who have taken place this week. We really look forward to seeing what CCG will achieve in the coming years, working in close partnership with some of the excellent organisations that have participated in this week. And we're sure that, as Mark said, together a lot can be achieved in this absolutely critical area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Lily. And with the excellent leadership and support that CCG has from the FCDO, it's certainly the case that I think a lot is possible. I'd like to start to wrap up now before we go to the reception and build on the excellent presentations set up with GIZ and just value this emerging partnership very, very much. The week's been organized by some folk who've worked particularly hard. Jakub Mulligeta and a number of others have overseen the whole process. Holger put together a terrific transport day. It's involved a lot of meetings and a lot of other things in the background that have not gone unnoticed at all. But I'd like to stop for a second and just think a little bit about the future. And so it's the case that we have two young researchers in the CCG program who are very, very good researchers, and they have been working behind the scenes absolutely tirelessly to make sure that your presentations are together, other things are organized and well structured, and so on. And I would just like to, if you wouldn't mind, give the final word to our MCs. So Emma and Erin, if you wouldn't mind just coming up over here. And I think this is in fact quite significant as well, because I think they are the youngest two in this room, if I'm not mistaken. And the decisions and other things that we make and they make into the future are going to affect their futures. This is their future. So over to you.
Oh, it's weird. It's weird to be here with the microphone saying something other than the session titles, but yeah, thank you so much to CCG and Mark and Jakob for having us here. We have felt so lucky to be here, to be able to participate in coordinating these events and getting to listen to these really engaging talks. And I've learned a lot. I'm sure we both have learned a lot this week. And yeah, I think one of the key messages that was brought up at the start of the week was that we have to do so much more to make sure that stakeholders have agency and they're in charge of their own journey. And it's really cool to be part of the CCG because I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. So I'm really happy to be part of this organization.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mark, for having us. It's been such a privilege to MC these events this week. As this is our future, I'm sure I can speak on behalf of many young people when I say all these sessions and speakers have been so inspiring and it's been so insightful to listen in, and it's such a great opportunity just to make a change this week. But I'd like to say that it's been so encouraging that to make climate action happen. And it's great to be part of CCG that really pushed to make these changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody who's been here. I am standing in between everyone here and some refreshments, so to avoid a stampede or possible homicide, I'm going to stop now and thank everybody for all of the time and trouble and support. And yeah, together we can go far, I think. Thank you. Thanks, Mark.